Good morning. I'm Ari Schwartz. I'm the coordinator of the Cybersecurity Coalition and at the Center for Cybersecurity Policy and Law. And I'm really thrilled to welcome you here today to CyberNext Brussels. This is the second time we've done CyberNext in Brussels. And last year was a really great experience, and we had a good group of people. You can see people are already filling the room here for the first session as we get started here now. So it looks like we're going to have a great day today as well. I'm really excited about the speakers that we have coming in. I want to tell you a little bit about the Cybersecurity Coalition. We're a collective of 16 leading cybersecurity companies that specialize in cybersecurity products and services. We've been talking this week, and I think some of the members really said it best when they were saying, everyone really comes to the table representing security, and I think that that's really what differentiates us. Yes, they represent their companies, but they're also looking for strong solutions for security as well. And that, I think, helps us to work well with other industries that have security issues and need to help to get them solved, and also works well with government agencies that are looking at things from a national security issue or an economic security issue or other security issues. And I think that really helps us to focus on regulation issues about improving regulation, about improving best practices, on information sharing, on standards work, and improving policy and law around the world. Our EU working group is actively involved in a variety of different efforts. Most recently, we focused on this too, and CRA, obviously, as major areas. And we continue to engage in with a very active group of folks based in Brussels, and continue to see that group grow. CyberNext is an effort that that the coalition has done in DC as well, in Washington DC as well, and we partner with the Cyber Threat Alliance, which is run by Michael Daniel, who you'll be hearing from later today. And they've been great partners. We have a lot of overlapping members, although they have a wide variety of members beyond the 16 of our members as well. And I think that it's a good mix between the operational work and the information sharing work that Michael's work group does, and the kind of work that we do at the Cybersecurity Coalition. And I'm happy to talk to anybody that wants to learn more about the Cybersecurity Coalition and the work that we do throughout the day today. With that, it's my honor to kick off the day by introducing Despina SPANOU, who will be sharing insights on the Cybersecurity Commission's priorities for the 2024-2029 mandate. I'm sure she really needs no introduction, because Despina has been involved in basically every cybersecurity policy that's come out of the European Commission, and really her work most recently, having served as head of cabinet for Vice President Skinas from 2019 to 2024, where she really was a great partner for us. She spoke last year here, so it's becoming a tradition, as she said, and really look forward to hear what she has to say in her new role as principal advisor. And we look forward to hearing about the new agenda. Thank you, Despina.
You were looking in your papers, principal advisor for what? So you were right. So yes, I'm back to where I started my career in cybersecurity, and where I met all of you back in DG Connect in the European Commission. Excuse me. And it's really a pleasure for me to see you again in my new capacity. Not much has changed in the content of my job, really. I mean, it's the 8th year I'm in cybersecurity, and it's the 8th year I have the pleasure to talk to people like yourselves, who try to bring together many different parts of the chain in cybersecurity, and to maintain this dialogue that we have. I told you last year how important this dialogue is. I will say it again this year. So this is a very special year. Look at how it has started. And for cybersecurity, geopolitics are very relevant. This is not just like any other policy. First, because it is a security policy, but also because it is so interlinked with the tech developments. And of course, all the geopolitical tensions around all that, both of those. So it has been quite a startling beginning of the year, change of administration, governments in many parts of the world, in Europe and across the Atlantic, where many of you are based. It's a new beginning, and new beginnings have often a time of transition and a time of adaptation, and a time where you need to allow space for everybody to settle. While doing that, though, in the EU, we in the European Commission, we have continued to be very busy, and I think cybersecurity was very prominent at the beginning of this mandate. So we have a new commission since December, and we have a new executive vice president in charge of cybersecurity and security, which again is a very good thing, because you have the political oversight of someone who deals with all the neighbors and fathers, if you like, umbrellas of cybersecurity, the security union work, and the defense part. So this is her role, and under this role, I think she will give cybersecurity even more impetus than the one it already had. So even before we reached the first 100 days of this mandate, we already have adopted 3 different things around cybersecurity and security, which I think demonstrate exactly where we're heading. I will very briefly share with you where we see ourselves going for the next 5 years. So the big word and the big sort of heading would be implementation. We have to implement a lot. And I'm not here to remind you what we have to implement, because you know very well, but to ask you to play your role. So we always start, we love the European Commission to talk about the NIS. It's a big pride and joy. It's the jewel on the crown, cybersecurity law, the first in the world. And NIS2 is a very demanding piece of work, and it affects many of you in the room. I can stand here and tell you how challenging it is for governments to implement it, and that would be true. And I have a lot of sympathy for that. But I cannot believe that we need to wait for governments to implement the NIS2. I think it is for responsible critical infrastructures and critical operators, as defined in NIS2, to start implementing it themselves. I cannot imagine that you need to wait and see how the governments will set up everything if you have an important incident and not report it, for instance. So it is very important that NIS2 becomes part and parcel of your business in cybersecurity. I believe it is the responsibility of every CISO to remind the board of the importance of implementing the NIS2 rules. So I'm here to ask for your help, actually, in the implementation, and we will continue to do our bit for member states to help them implement it. So that's NIS2. Number 1 priority, critical infrastructures, and I'm sure you will agree with us. Then and I know you will discuss later about it in your policy priorities workshop. I think you have a session like that. So please see how you can do it for yourselves, this implementation. And we will continue, of course, our work on this implementation. Then another jewel on our crown, the Cyber Resilience Act, that I know has been the discussion of between all of us, and it has been a challenge for all of us. Now it has entered into force on the 10th of December of 2024. And most of its obligations will only start applying in 3 years' time, in December 2027, except for the reporting obligations, which apply as of September 2026. We will have Anissa here soon. I think Hans is already there. We'll be together in the panel. So we're working together on this single reporting platform. I think that will be a game changer. And I think it affects quite a few of you here in this room. And this is something we truly look forward. Personally, I worked for many years in the area of product safety. And it's partially my fault that we came up with the CRA as we did, because we brought a lot of the experience from product safety in the European Commission in the thinking of CRA, because we want cybersecurity as part of the market and of all those. And people don't talk about the Internet of Things anymore, because, It's not even a notion anymore. It's the way the world works. So all these interconnected devices need to be based on security by design. So again, there, I cannot stress enough how important the implementation of the CRA will be for creating more trust, more understanding, more transparency, because that's what it introduces as well, on the security of products and digital elements. So that is an area where we will put a lot of effort and where we invite you to continue giving us feedback on the challenges you may face, but we need to try and make it work. Then most recently, we had the Cyber Solidarity Act. This is another bit that we will be looking at implementing very, very carefully. It entered into force just a month ago on the 4th of February. And now we're working on the implementation of the Act actions. But let me also say here that there is an Open Digital Europe program call for expression of interest, an important amount of money, for entities to operate new cross-border cyber hubs and security operations center platforms under the European Cybersecurity Alert System. And the deadline is at the end of the month. So this is of interest to you. My colleagues asked me to pass the message to stakeholders, and I think they were right. So the whole idea with the CSA is that we bring, again, a more operational approach to EU cybersecurity regulatory system and the ecosystem. And I think that, again, there, the creation, for instance, of the reserve is of great interest to your industry. A great first of the European Union to have the cyber reserve. And again, there, ENISA has a critical role to play. Then, very big, speaking about ENISA and of things that we will speak later, the revision of the Cybersecurity Act. Very big thing. For me, it's like Groundhog Day, because that's what I started with back in 2017. The first bit that fell on my desk when I became cybersecurity director was the CSA. So now I go back DigiConnect, poof, again CSA. And say, I thought we did that. But I think it's going to be a very different CSA this time. First of all, because what has been incredible is that with the CSA, we saw a different cybersecurity agency in the EU, a grown-up, a real grown-up that you all work with, that has contributed to our policies, that is becoming a concrete element of the ecosystem of cybersecurity, not just in the EU, but across the world. Look at ENISA collaborating with CISA in the US, playing a role with the Ukraine forces in the context of our collaboration to help the Ukrainians in that field. So it's going to be easier this time. I don't think we need to convince anyone about the role of the Cybersecurity Agency, but it will have to be very concrete as to where we step up on resources and on the mandate of ENISA. Now, part of the CSA is, of course, the certification framework, and I think you're very concerned by that. I think certification is becoming more concrete now because it is so much linked to the CRA and to the CSA. And we will need to remodel a little bit the regulation to make it serve the purpose, because now we know what it needs to serve. When we conceived it, I can tell you, we just had an idea of the possible schemes that can be created, but it's not just about the schemes anymore. It is about the standardization. It is about everything we will do also to create common standards across the world. So this is a great opportunity to make a modern and vibrant certification regulation adapted to that direction. Excuse me. Now, I said earlier that we have not stopped at all, and that some of the first pieces of work of this commission have been on cybersecurity. So we had a very good example of that last week. So last Monday, we adopted the new blueprint for cybersecurity crisis management. I see you all shaking your heads. You know, that's, again, it's very interesting what has happened with that. Again, again, another Groundhog Day for me. Back in 2017, we were told, you need to come up with this. We don't have a playbook of who does what inside the commission. And myself, I've been in other crisis portfolios, and I couldn't believe we didn't have anything. So we designed something which was adopted. It was a recommendation adopted at the same time as a proposal for the CSA at the time. And governments didn't like that. Hans, you were working for the Dutch administration, I remember then, and you were amongst the unhappy ones. They were like, what were you thinking? We're coming now 7 years later, and we have the council conclusions, the government's asking us to come up with a revised blueprint. And the reason why we adopted it so early is that the Polish presidency has put it amongst its priorities. So this is, again, apart from the content importance of this paper, of this recommendation, what I think is significant is the signal it sends that we are turning more into the operational aspects of cybersecurity when it comes to coordination in the EU. And I think there, again, our relation with the private world is very important with industry, because any incident will, of course, affect you. It cannot just affect the public administration. And we will need to create a method of working together for situational awareness, for staying connected, and for remedying, and also plugging in the mechanism we created with CSA for the ex post analysis, the review mechanism, because that will be very important, and it will be a complement to the blueprint. So this does not reinvent the wheel, as I mentioned, but I think it does create a new impetus on the operational side of our work. We have also put in this updated blueprint the new European cybersecurity alert system consisting of national and cross-border cyber hubs that I mentioned earlier. And I think, again, there we need to invest in them, all of us, because they will be critical in creating a better common situational awareness in case of a crisis. Another thing we have added in this blueprint that shows the direction we're going in cybersecurity is strengthening civilian and military cooperation in the cyber domain. And I think we can no longer hide that this is an area where we need to go further with what's happening right now in Europe in the area of defense and the great strides we're making. Just yesterday, you saw how we positioned ourselves. This is a wind that blows in the direction of cybersecurity. So I think we need to also be open on that space. We will see, I think, through the blueprint also how we identify areas for better cooperation between the civilian military cyber crisis management structures, including NATO, which is mentioned specifically in the blueprint. Now, we now have all these rules and this ecosystem, and everything looks like we're ready on the side of resilience. But of course, we see that the threats do not follow the structure of the EU regulatory ecosystem. The threats change all the time. So another thing we have done is to start looking at the threat landscape more seriously and targeting our primary objectives in policymaking also compared to that. This is why we came up with the action plan on the cybersecurity of hospitals and healthcare providers. That was one of the very first initiatives of the new Commission. Very practical, technical, giving great role to ANISA as well, because healthcare systems became target number one. They bypassed a long time ago financial sector. And I think what you can expect for the next 5 years is to see a lot about that. Taking top threats, taking top incidents, and working around those. And this again shows the operational side, but also the more practical side. We won't be able, I don't think you can relax. We won't be coming up with new regulations on cybersecurity, but we will have to target these areas that need most attention. And that's why also less than 2 weeks ago, it's the third example of how cybersecurity and security has been at the top of the agenda within the first days of the new Commission. Our Vice President, Mrs. Virkunen, presented another new initiative on the submarine cable security. That is, again, another testament on the fact that cyber, as we mentioned, cyber can no longer be just cyber. It's not tech, it's security. It's the link to civilian and military cooperation coordination. But it's also it's also relevant for hybrid threats. And we have to start seeing it in that context. Because, in this case, submarine cables, whether for communication or energy transmission, they have very important role in the functioning of our economies and our societies. We have seen with great concern in the last months all these examples of malicious activity and a surge of the incidents actually in this sector in the Baltic Sea. So this is the reason why we came up with this action plan. And again, you see here, we're not talking regulations, directives, communications, they're action plans. So they're very action oriented. And here, our idea is to bolster the security and resilience of submarine cables. We proposed the establishment of a cable security toolbox for detection, for response, with the first dedicated regional approach for the Baltic Sea region as a test bed for the approach. And we also announced the creation of the EU Cable Vessel Reserve to increase the EU's capacity to repair damaged cables. So again, very operational. So these are three examples of what we have already done. I think I gave you an idea of where we're coming. There will be horizontal initiatives coming in the next weeks and couple of months that are very relevant for cybersecurity. One is the Preparedness Union strategy that is about civil protection, but where cyber, of course, has an important is an important pillar. The internal security strategy. This is something that was announced by President von der Leyen. Again, there also personally, I'm very convinced after 5 years of managing the whole security area and the policy work, you can't have an internal security strategy in the traditional home affairs type of way without including cybersecurity. So watch for that space. And of course, the white paper on the future of European defense. So these are three areas. You can find, actually, it's public information when we will adopt the relevant actions, where cyber will also have a role. So I think I've already said enough. And I hope I've also reassured you that we are now looking for a very pragmatic policy making and policy approach in the area of cybersecurity. I believe cyber will become even more critical in the current geopolitical context. When you hear all the discussions at the highest political level and also in external relations, cyber will become central. All the more reason for us to have more of this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Hi all. While Despina takes a seat, I'll ask the two other panelists to join me up on stage. So Hans and Nicholas, if you could come up. I'll provide a brief introduction for Hans and Nicholas. So Hans is the Chief Cybersecurity and Operational Director at NISA, and previously he, as we heard, served as a Director for NCSC in the Netherlands for over a decade. Nicholas is the Head of Government Affairs for Microsoft. Prior to that, he was part of the ICT team at the Organization for Security and Cooperation for Europe. My name's Adam Dobell. I'm the part of the Venable team. I focus primarily on Indo-Pacific, so bear with me as I work through the various points of discussion today. So I might commence by asking Hans and Nicholas to provide just a brief introduction about their roles, and then we'll move through some panel discussion, and then we'll open it up to some questions from the floor in the last 10 to 15 minutes. So Nicholas?
Sure, thank you very much. Do I need to? No, perfect, great. Good morning, everybody. I wish I was the head of government affairs for Microsoft. I'm not. So I think just to put the record straight and not to get into trouble with my boss, I am responsible for some security policy related portfolios here at Microsoft, including but not limited to our foreign and security policy work, so vis-a-vis NATO and of course the European Union. But the head of our European government affairs team is our dear colleague, Nana Luisa Linde. I'm here today to speak with you a little bit about all things certification, Cybersecurity Act, but I'd love to actually perhaps address the elephant in the room a little early on, because I think Despina has also made it really clear that, you know, we're talking here about very important things, but in a broader geopolitical context that are, I think, important for us to consider and understand. I think there's some challenges these days to understand and appreciate how to keep technical discussions on the technical level and understand the political discussions at a political level. We at Microsoft really understand and I think also appreciate the European concerns about dependency on US technology. I think we've made it really clear over the past years that we take those concerns very seriously, and we work hard to address them across the board. You know, when you look at how we approach European values, supporting local needs, and really making sure that we're adopting to European regulations across the board. But really, it also boils down to our investment commitment to Europe. So when you look at our investment in European infrastructure, our key goal here is to remain a trusted partner, because we think that's really the baseline for any of these discussions around certifications or any really regulatory efforts here. And then let's be frank here. There's also an economic dependence on our side toward Europe. So while there's lots of concerns about the dependence on perhaps US tech, let's keep in mind that there's sort of a codependency and a mutual benefit here as well. I think I could talk at length about our recent announcements, including the 500 million investment in Poland and other commitments really across Europe. But I think that goes to show that I think Microsoft and I think many, if not most or all companies in this business are here to stay in Europe and support that, and are not going anywhere soon. Because we really believe here that we have a role to play in enhancing the local infrastructure and really also strengthening the transatlantic supply chain. Because let's keep in mind that a lot of these investments are actually very much related also to production across the board that's happening both here in Europe and in the US. So with that out of the way, but I mean, happy to turn back to that if you want to discuss this further. Just a few brief remarks really on certification and the Cybersecurity Act, because I would love to just double down on our position on cyber policies, because they haven't changed. Microsoft still supports the EU Cybersecurity Act and its certification schemes. We're still very much committed to being a constructive partner in all these discussions across the board, making sure that we figure out a way to harmonize cybersecurity requirements and standards, that we avoid fragmentation and really ensure high security standards across the board and all industries. When it comes to certification, I think it won't surprise you if I tell you that for us, we consider it an essential component for cybersecurity. And the process of this is something that I think has received a lot of discussion as of late. We believe that this process should be non-political, technology neutral, and inclusive. And for those of you who follow the EUCS discussions, we've been vocally advocating for sort of the removal of sovereignty requirements to avoid market confusion, to avoid higher costs, and really make sure that there's a reduced market access without enhancing security. And with that, maybe I can sort of transition over to Hans in saying that ENISA's role remains important and is growing in importance across the board. We're very much supportive of that, and think that the upcoming discussions around the CSA revision is quite a great opportunity to really enhancing the organization's role and making sure that you have the right capabilities and equipments to handle all the various, I think, resources and tasks that are coming your way through the CRA, the CSA, and of course NIS2. With that, back to you, or maybe Hans?
Yeah, Hans, please.
I'm not sure. Was it?
It was on. Yeah.
Oh, it's on already. Good morning, everyone. I'll just speak in the microphone. It's easier that way. I'm Hans de Vries. I'm the Chief Cybersecurity Operational Officer at ENISA, which means that I focus on everything operational. So having said that, so it's the certification, it's market, it's the incident reporting, it's the strategy, supporting member states, and anything else. So I focus on that. And my boss, Johan Leppersar, he's focusing on the overall and the corporate parts of that. So we work together, and there's a third colleague, Florian Penning, some of you know. He's also supportive, and he's focusing more on the, let's say, the certification and the market, but I look at the overall picture. So I was happy to hear Despina, who have we worked with for many years in always a good harmony, right? Yes, we did. I used to be the director of the National Cybersecurity Center, so I'm a member state, and being part of management board, executive board of ENISA, I understood the importance of working on a EU base, because that's really important. Cybersecurity has no borders, so you really need to work together on that, and also understand the national responsibility, so how to make that work. Currently, I'm helping to implement all the things that are being mentioned. So NIS2, CRA, the certification part that we've been helping with, and all the new parts that will come in. So the e-health action plan, the cyber blueprint, and all the new roles that ENISA will going to get or has received, but now we have to make it work. So that's my job.
Great, thanks, Hans. Despina, I'll shift to you. And you spoke of feeling a sense of Groundhog Day with respect to this CSA review. And given that we're streaming to a global audience, I thought it might be worthwhile if you just provide us an overview of the original intent of CSA, what we can expect from the review, and the timeframes.
So we are a little bit late. I will start with the time frame. We're a little bit late because we were supposed to present a report on the regulation on the Security Act already towards the end of last year. But that's for good reasons. That's because we wanted to do a thorough job. That's because we wanted to see a lot of the elements of the regulatory proposals we had made come into force and to understand how they are seen. Because the regulation, the Cybersecurity Act, is very relevant for all of them. I mean, the revision of the certification framework is very relevant for the CRA and parts of the CSA. The revision of ENISA's mandate is very relevant for everything. So we're taking a bit of time, but it will still be this year, that's for sure. The proposal, I think the Executive Vice President has also mentioned it herself. Now, what do we expect? As I said, I think it will be easier because I think nobody doubts that ENISA is an established agency. Someone took me down memory lane from when we were discussing in a similar constellation, but with a different name. And you were discussing about ENISA, and the commissioner at the time was discussing with you whether we should abolish it. And because back then, ENISA was still a temporary agency. It had a deadline, the only European agency with a deadline. We're no longer there. And I think what you should expect is to see, after the review of what has been done and after seeing what we have adopted, that ENISA should be reinforced for these areas where we really need it to help us with the implementation part of the work. ENISA has a great role to play in the implementation of NIS, for instance. An indispensable role in the CRA implementation. So I think we will need to give it the mandate and the resources for that. I think ENISA has also a tradition in certain areas that is very relevant when it comes to crisis management with exercises, for instance, and bringing together people in various formations. And then, of course, its role as the hub of bringing stakeholders' views and making proposals on certification schemes. I don't expect this to change at all, quite the opposite. We will need to equip ENISA for that, and we will need to see again there where, with the certification framework, with the regulation, we need any adaptations. So honestly, it will have to be a refined piece of work. It won't be groundbreaking because we saw that ENISA works on the basis of the mandate that the Cybersecurity Act created. So it will be adaptations and enhancements. I will dare say a personal view, and this is a little bit under sort of off the record rules. I think ENISA has to grow. I think ENISA has to grow further. It is now grown up, but it has to be a solid grown up. And it has to grow in terms of not just its mandate, but also its resources, human and financial. It needs to become a fully fledged cybersecurity agency. I think member states now feel comfortable with that. Don't forget that it is run by the member states, the agency, yeah? The management board. We have a seat, the European Commission. The rest of the seats are the member states. And we need to enhance its role with stakeholders, that's for sure. I think we had great pride in creating the certification stakeholder forum. I don't remember what it's called. Yes, right? I think these are the kind of bodies that will remain, that will stay, and that will be reinforced.
Thanks, Despina. I mean, Just hearing you double down on the need for ENISA reminds me it's not a uniform global view necessarily of the need for some operational agencies when you think about some of the conversations that are happening across the Atlantic at least. And when I think about ENISA, I still think it quite nascent in terms of EU institutions and the need for that maturation to occur. Hans, I wonder from your perspective, both from the NCSC side of things, your experience there now in-house, so to speak, what do you think needs to occur through the review and your mandate?
I think I almost fully agree with Despina. I mean, look, I'll come. We have to disagree on something. I mean, otherwise there's no discussion. Look at their smile. Now, if you look at it, we are now here 20 years, and it's still young as an organization. I'll just put the mic a little bit better. But you need to really grow up in, let's say, all the different processes that we need to run, especially also in crisis management. We are the secretariat for the CISO network. We are also the secretariat for the cyclone, so the crisis management process. And with the cyber blueprint, it's really important to strengthen that part, because when there is an incident, you really react fast. So that's one of the parts that I really agree with, that we need to be strengthened. The CRA part as well. But I leave that up to both member states and the Commission to find the best suitable way to actually do that. I think we did an excellent job with all the different exercises in the Cyber Europe exercises. And just last week, there was a huge exercise in Denmark on health, which was really good, because we have kind of a, let's say, we call it a blue room, and you can use that mechanism for member states to actually run big exercises on. And that's something that we're going to elaborate on further. So I agree that the mandate, and whether it's personnel and finance, but you need to have a little bit more arm's width. Currently, we do finance it by, let's 2-3 years perspective, but it needs to be a little bigger when you do it fundamentally. But in general, that's always a discussion that we need to have. We also know that money is limited, and resources is limited as well. So you have to prioritize as well. So those are really the important parts.
Thanks, Hans. Nicholas, I'm sure you're interested a listener to those different perspectives on the mandate for ENISA. As from a Microsoft perspective, a huge player here now in Europe, and obviously a key partner for ENISA. What would you like to see, and your reflections on the two, not quite contrasting viewpoints, but slightly differing?
I wish I could spark an extensive debate and disagree with all of what I've just heard, but no, I think largely this makes a lot of sense. I think ENISA's role has grown significantly. Its responsibilities have grown. I think what we're looking at right now is how can we best equip you and your colleagues on the operational side to really, I think, meet also the high expectations that have now grown. And I mean, Despina, you've done a great job in outlining all of this, what's to come, but also what's already happening as we speak. And I think making sure that Hansen's colleagues can actually make sure to meet that demand, to rise up to that challenge, especially on the civilian side, I think that's critical. I think from our vantage point, I think it's important to make sure that we can figure out how to be a constructive partner, how we can make sure that the insights, the experiences, the knowledge that we have can help you in being sort of a better agency. I think we can also learn a lot from your framework to make sure that we understand, like, how can we improve our own operational expertise and security. And then really, I think the piece that boils down to is, let's make sure that the frameworks are as clear and simple as possible, so that we can actually, get to work in a really easy way. Because I think having overcomplicated burdens or complex structures and frameworks that prevent us from being the best that we could be together as partners, I think that's something that we need to keep in the back of our mind. Because in the end, I think the sum of us all across the board, across the different structures, I think will play center stage, and whether or not we will be able to properly defend against the ever-increasing threats that we are facing on the private sector side, on the public side, and sort of both on the civilian and military side. So really understanding this holistic societal resilience-focused ecosystem, really understanding how can we best be our partners. I think that's critical for us.
If I may just add just one thing, I like the word holistic because there are so many different aspects on, let's say, cybersecurity. It's not only about techno regulation, it's about implementing as well. So you have to look at from different perspectives, actually make sure that the rules and regulations that you have are being used in a manner that creates a common high cybersecurity level. And I think that that's definitely one of the things that we have to focus on all to make sure that we don't have incidents anymore because there is a vulnerability open for 10 years, which is still often the case, that vulnerabilities are there, then we are going to be misused. The company is being hacked because they haven't patched for many years, which, well, it's almost a sin, I would call it. But that's still happening. So definitely we're focusing on implementing and then the checks and balances that need to be there. We're not a regulator, but sometimes we do give advice in such a way that it sounds like, hey, regulations could be more in a place that it would work. So from a holistic perspective, I definitely believe that ENISA should grow in that area as well, to make sure that it can help the member state as best as possible.
Thanks, Hans. I wanted to get into a little bit more detail about the amendments that came forth at the latter part of last year in relation to certification for MSSPs. I think a lot of us had an aha moment with respect to MSPs and MSSPs, or at least I did work in the Australian government in 2017-18 with the Cloud Hopper incident. And from that point on, I understood the value of having greater trust in third parties who are providing security services. So I understand the rationale. It's about now explaining it to industry why you need this, and frankly, what are some of the trade-offs that will come forth with a certification scheme like this. So Despina, I might turn to you for that question in terms of how you think it's shaping up and what the reactions you've received thus far on it.
On what?
On the amendment.
On the amendment, yes. This is an important. It was an important step forward that they started the amendment on the CSA because it allows us now to work more with the private sector. So I think already from this perspective, it's an element without which we would not be able to go for areas like for initiatives like the Cyber Reserve, etc. So I think that the reaction is one of wait and see for now, because we're still at the beginning of this process. And as far as I'm concerned, it is a good use of the certification framework that we have.
Just on the Cyber Reserve point, can you explain for the audience what that will allow you to do in terms of who makes up the Cyber Reserve? Because I'm not sure if that's known to everyone.
What will allow us to do is to basically, I will use a daring word, recruit people from the private world that meet certain criteria and that can be certified under the system, to be part of a list of reserve of the EU of people that can be called to help in case of a large-scale incident.
Nicholas, I might shift to you in terms of the Microsoft reaction to the amendments, and particularly that of the Cyber Reserve, because this is kind of a new, from an international perspective, potentially a new mechanism for governments to rely on.
I think overall, I mean, the amendments introduce some improvements and clarifications really around the process, also on the certification development vis-a-vis the increased information sharing, sufficient funding for NISA, the multi-stakeholder consultation. So I think these parts are great. I think now at this point, what we're looking at is to really achieve broad adoption and implementation. We believe that the certification schemes need to be focused on really the quality and transparency, and we in turn make sure that it requires that the process of the creation of these schemes really remains non-political, technology neutral, and should include strategic partners. And I think this word on like strategic partners is something that we underline quite extensively across the board, because we want to be that trusted partner, and that brings us to then the cyber reserves. And we understand that non-EU headquartered companies may not be first in line, but second in line when it comes to the support. But I hope that that decision doesn't mean that our capabilities, expertise, and willingness to really support are not neglected or ignored. So in case we do get to be called upon, so to say, and participate, then we're more than happy to do so and find a way to contribute to that mechanism. I think this also brings us into a little bit of a discussion around skilling and the capacities really across the board. And this is something where we're not simply investing, but also making sure that the skills and awarenesses and the expertise that we have placed here in Europe and globally can be leveraged when there's a crisis. Because let's keep in mind that quite often any kind of major incident, even though it might be segmented or fragmented or just applied to a certain piece, it quite often impacts all of us in some form or fashion. So even though it might not look like a larger ripple effect across the board, quite often all of us are impacted. So it's also in our interest to make sure that whenever you believe that cyber reserves needs to be called upon and leveraged, that we can make sure that we can be there as a trusted partner. Just looking back at our experiences in the case of Albania, for example, and how we were lucky enough to be called upon relatively early to support the Albanian government during their major cyber incidents now, 2.5 years ago or so. And that, I think, was a quite interesting lesson learned for us to figure out how can we do this at scale when various segments of the government are under attack and face massive disruptions across the board, and how we can leverage our expertise to make sure that that disruption is stopped, mitigated, and ideally prevented in the first place.
Yeah, I'll try to answer the question for the managed security providers, the service providers. We did a feasibility study on it as preparation for the upcoming request. We found out, and I knew that already because I was dealing with it for 9 years, or more 9.5 years in the Netherlands, that if you look at the models that are being used by the service provider are very diverse. The delivery models are very diverse. And you have so many questions that sometimes the end user does not understand how it all interacts. So, and they also differ between member states. So from my perspective, and I look at what Ms. van der Leyen said, and Mr. Virkkunen, so simplification and harmonization and convergence of different sets of mechanisms is going to be crucial, and therefore the value for the EU MSS will be in promoting the harmonization will be very, very big. And one part is it doesn't also have to be through regulation; it's also about voluntary. And I know that Microsoft has been working with I forgot the group or the name, but it was talking about cloud certification, cloud security, and it was talking about the different levers or settings and how can you get it to the higher level, because if you put a certain protective to a higher mode, everyone is being helped, instead of that a company needs to decide it for themselves, and probably they don't even understand what the switch is all about. So the moment the security by design, the security by default is set on, put on a higher level, everyone is benefiting. So that is definitely the thing that I know can help us all. And if we can also look at from a managed security to a service provider, look at, what's your take on the responsibility as industry? Because it's not only about the regulation, it's also about mindset and understanding that if you put it to the maximum mode, it will protect everyone, instead of that you will make it a choice and therefore the consequences are for someone else from a legal perspective. I think that's the wrong part. It should be that it is understood by industry as well, that they have to deliver the service to the highest level, because that's what the current atmosphere needs.
Couldn't agree more. And if I can add one thing, is that I think it's worth looking at this also from sort of the beyond Europe perspective and appreciating the global scale of these things, because quite often vulnerabilities, challenges, risks don't really care so much where they come from. So understanding sort of how can this be scaled, and this also comes back to the discussion about ENISA's role in making sure that you're properly equipped to have conversations around this also beyond sort of the EU landscape, I think is quite critical.
Yeah, frankly, it does nothing. It has nothing to do with mandate of ENISA or European view. It's the way you do business, and how do you make sure that the product that has been delivered has the highest quality. And that's, I think, the important part for industry, to look at how do we get that highest level instead of it's the cheapest on the market or it's the earliest on the market with all the issues. So vulnerabilities as well, fix them as soon as possible.
Thanks, Hans. We might have one more question up here before we move into the crowd to take some questions. So please, if you've got any, jot them down and be ready to ask them. Despina, I might take us on to another certification issue, one that it's seemingly at a point of stasis rather than implementation. That's the cloud certification. I know it's somewhat out of your hands as to what happens next with it, but could you give us your sense of where it might head?
Completely out of my hands.
Yes.
I can't tell you much about it. All I can say is that this is a difficult issue. Okay, it would be, wouldn't it? So, you know what has happened. It's still under preparation. We're working with the member states, and we see what comes out of it. But we can't hide from the fact it's complicated. Okay, at some point we will get there, but we're not there yet.
I'm leaving some space for potentially Nicholas to weigh in on his views, but happy to move on and take questions from the audience.
I think the brief response is that, we understand that this is a sensitive issue, but I mean, the time in a sense is also of essence. I think we need to figure out how to move this forward in a way that, is pragmatic, helps us all, and really, brings us back to what you just said on focusing really on the quality and raising the bar across the board, because in the end, political discussions around this that don't really help us to actually make meaningful change on the ground. And I think that should be our goal, and really focusing on how can we focus on addressing the fragmentation and misalignment so that we are all better off in the end.
Great, thanks, Nicholas. I'll throw it to the audience for any questions, and then I might transpose your question to the microphone as well.
Yeah, that's a personal opinion. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, sorry, Hans. Hello, James from Red Hat. Yes, so Hans, you were saying not patching was a sin. So kind of riffing on that, given that it's Ash Wednesday today, what would be your Lenten vow in terms of one thing you would like to do more of as COO, and one thing you wouldn't like to do or remove completely as part of that sin metaphor? Thank you.
Well, let me take back the word sin, but it was more a human approach to my approach to seeing, okay, we have issues, and sometimes companies don't take up the action that need to be taken up because it's really an automatic process. And sometimes it's so difficult to understand how it all integrates that they make mistakes in the meantime. So we have to work on both sides, both industry and implementing phase, and also understanding the responsibility. It's not an IT issue anymore. We call it Chefsache in German. It's CEO responsibility at this time. So because it has a huge impact. So both sides, both industry and companies need to understand that they need to work together to get that whole process on a higher level. Now, sometimes the bad guys need an hour to get in, then no patching will help because they're much quicker than anyone. And in other cases, we've seen that incidents with 0 days have been used not so long ago. There was some thing, and I think that the patches that they were misusing, that were not implemented, were 10 years old. So something is going wrong there. and how to fix that. As ENISA, we have no role in implementing. That's a national responsibility to focus on that. We don't deal with any incidents. That's also responsible for companies and the national responsibilities. But we do look at the bigger picture of that, so more the tactical and the strategical perspectives. That is the focus that ENISA will put on. Of course, we will have discussions in the CSIRT network talking about incident and how did it come about. And what can we learn from this? Definitely. And one of the things is that we both need to grow up in case of in understanding importance from a company's perspective, that you really make sure that you have a crisis management process, that you build your resilience, that you do the training and things like that. But also from a company, the industry's perspective, get it also implementable easier than it currently sometimes is.
Down the table at the front, we'll take two here. Oh, sorry. That's fine.
It's not so difficult sitting on the side. You don't see mistakes. Mats Nilsson from Ubico. Yes, Despina mentioned the jewel in the crown, NIS2, etc. And as we all know, it's a directive, meaning that it will be implemented by the member states. And also, as you mentioned, this is a really difficult task for the governments to implement it. And then it goes further down to the sector regulators in each country. So it's sort of 2 steps down. And so the sort of real implementation, what is right and wrong, so to speak, what would be fined or not, will be up to the member state and the sector regulation. So it's 27 member states, 20 sectors. It could be 500 different implementations. As an industry person, that is not good for economies of scale. And of course, realizing that the Commission can only specify what and why and leave the how to the implementers like the industry and also the detailed regulators in the member states and the sectors, because they have to make the decisions as is this an important risk to reduce, or is it a less important risk, and so how to do that balance. But I think in order for us in the industry to get back to economies of scale, can't we find a way to work together in a public-private type of fashion that we then can develop platforms broadly, multiple platforms competing, of course, that say that this is a NIS2 compliant platform. We take care of risks A, B, C, D, E, F, etc., and that could be somehow related to the threats, the threat vectors that you see from the government side, and that there would be some kind of process to say that these platforms then would be universally used across the different sectors and member states. That would not be 100 different platforms. This may be 10, 20, 30 platforms that we could rightfully say that yes, this platform is NIS2 compliant, and that maybe Hans from ENISA says that yes, this is correct somehow in some form of structured way, and that there is a dialogue that say that these platforms on the EU scale level could be treated as some sense driving the fundamental for NIS2 implementation, because I think 500 different implementations is not good for economies of scale. Thank you.
Hans, did you have a...
I understand that implementing a regulation on 27 member states is creating a little bit more work than doing an act where you describe it fully. On a personal note, so personal capacity, I think that when we discussed the NIS2, member states were not ready to actually see it like it is now, that we need to harmonize a lot more. So that's in hindsight, you can say we should have done it differently, but that's the way it is currently. We're trying to harmonize as much as possible, also on a voluntary base. So there is a NIS cooperation group with all the member states from a policy perspective that is led by DG Connect, and where ENISA is also there to help harmonize as much as possible. So we work on incident reporting, things like that. Now, when you ask a NIS2 compliant IT system, NIS2 is a lot more than let's say, just some parts of regulation from a technical perspective. It's about crisis management within a company. It's about taking responsibility up to the board level. It's about a lot more things than just an IT perspective. And I think that if you've used the ISO standards as a base, of course, it will help to make sure that everything is compliant from that perspective, but making sure that we take everything in from an NIS2 perspective with all 27 members, that I'm not sure whether, well, I've not seen any research on that yet. So it's a good thing. I'll write it down and I'll ask whether it's feasible. But so I have no comments whether it's possible or not. But use your common sense to actually make sure that a lot of things are very logical to be built in within systems anyway.
Thanks, Hans. A good question.
I could
Sorry,
just
Despina.
add something to that. I think that companies know what to do. The NIS2 is not a complex system. It has some basic principles. It is basic principles. So any CISO or equivalent person in a company will know what to do. Now, whether, like for the GDPR, there are smart operators out in the market that want to create a toolbox for those that want to buy it and help their company, fine, let the market decide that. It's not up to us to say it. What we have tried to do is to make it simple. For instance, by telling member states, can you try to bring all the elements under the NIS under one authority so that companies don't have to go to 10 different places? So this is the role we can play. But then on how the market will implement it, as I said, I expect that there could be something smart to do. What I have looked at with my team is whether under the Cybersecurity Skills Academy, you mentioned skills earlier, Nicholas, we could have modules on training public officials who will need to be on the receiving end. Because it's one thing what the companies have as obligation, but then what the authorities have to do with it is another thing. So this is something we're looking at, for instance, but for the public administration.
Thanks, Despina. Down the front. Thanks for your
Thank you.
patience.
Do you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I have two short questions. One is for Despina, and it's based on what you said for implementation. I'm very concerned from what I'm seeing in terms of implementation of NIS2, in terms of transposition in member states. We're worlds apart, especially on this principal pillar of governance, right, of board accountability, even going beyond responsibility. France is scrapping this. Greece has implemented something that is very strong and very specific, that resembles pretty much what we had in GDPR, right? So how is the Commission going to address this, right? I mean, there are things that depend on the member states, that's for sure, but scraping the full spirit of NIS2 is a different thing, right? And my second question is more towards Hans about how is ENISA ensuring the full and diverse participation of smaller member states in while it's functioning? Because from being in some work groups in ENISA, it's smaller countries are really underrepresented. Thank you.
Sorry, could I get your name and where you're from?
Yes, Trajana Stambuliska. Thank you.
You are from which organization?
I have my own consultancy in cybersecurity and EU affairs.
Okay.
So I have the best or worst of two worlds. Depends on which side you look at it. Thank you.
You know, the implementation of NIS2, our role is to make sure that it is done properly. And I cannot think of a member state that will try to dismantle what the NIS provides for in order to implement it, quite the opposite. So yes, Hans mentioned it, it is a directive, but in fact, it is almost like a directive of full harmonization because it's providing for the same norms in all the member states. And that's our role, to help them implement it fully. Again, I think it will be critical that the member states manage to get their act together in terms of people that will manage the NIS2. For me, that will be the biggest challenge. And this, what I mentioned earlier, I'm sorry to repeat it, but it's very important to bring under one roof the elements that are required by the NIS so that you do not have multiple authorities managing the NIS requirements. So I remain hopeful for the member states, and I don't think that there is a race to the bottom, but rather to the top when it comes to implementation. And that's why it is difficult. Having said that, when we adopted the proposal and we were in negotiations, we had one of the first incidents in the Baltic Sea. And the government asked us to make a recommendation that would anticipate and sort of expedite the application of NIS2 and the Critical Resilience Entities Directive, the CR. And we did. And a lot of countries ran tests, to see stress tests, to see how they would react. And they advanced a lot of the elements of the NIS2 ahead of its entry into force. So I think when the need arises, countries know what to do.
Yes.
Shall I answer the second one? I'm not sure whether I fully agree with you, and I'll explain. First of all, we have a management board of 27 member states, and almost always all member states are there when we have meetings, and we have 3-4 times a year meeting. We also have national liaisons office with all member states, and we try to make sure that they are working together with the information that they have, the questions that they might have, as much as possible. And the third is that within this cooperation group with all the work streams, there is definitely, let's say, a front-runner group of people. And yeah, if you have the bigger countries, they have more people and therefore more possibility to do that. And if you look at smaller countries like Malta and Cyprus, they perhaps have a few people to actually do that. But we're still working with them nonetheless. And I do try even to visit all the member states to actually get them to know a little bit better and what their needs are. So I travel. Or try to do that virtually as well, because I think that traveling all the time is not really a good thing. But we're currently also in contact with the Balkan states, the ones who are not part of Europe yet, but are working towards it and also want to focus on the NIS2 and things like that. So we're already in contact with them as well, and they're even smaller than small. So I think that we're trying to make sure that the different inputs and requests from member states are being counted. We do surveys and we count how many member states have responded. And the moment a country has not responded, we will reach out to actually get the response. So we're trying to make sure that they give their input and their request as well. So I think we're trying to get it even.
Thanks, Hans. I know we had a few more questions in the audience, but we're up against our allotted time. So I would ask all of you in the audience to join me in thanking Despina, Hans, and Nicholas for their time and their candor today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to our first panelists. I'd welcome up our panelists for the second session. Come up and grab your seats at the stage. I've joining me today, Titi Shadaya, who is Public Policy Technical Manager at Infoblox, Dan Simpian, who is Director at the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate, Bernard Montel, who is Technical Director for EMEA and Security Strategist at Tenable, and finally, Eloise Rion, who is Senior Manager for Europe Digital Policy at Schneider Electric. Good morning to all of you and welcome to the stage. So this session is going to be focused on harmonizing cybersecurity regulations and making good on the idea of the digital single market in the EU. We've got some questions lined up, and as with the previous session, we'll leave a bit of time at the end for you all to pose some questions yourselves. Before we get things kicked off, though, just so folks sort of know who they're hearing from, I wonder if we could pass down the line just to give kind of 30 seconds on your role within your respective organizations. Titi, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Titi Shodia. I'm a public policy technical manager at Infoblox. I started in January, so I'm very new. So I'll say a little bit more about what I was doing prior to that. I was 8 years at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, working in laboratory accreditation and then standards policy and international standards policy engagement.
I'm Bernard Montel. I'm the technical director for Tenable, not Venable, in EMEA. I've been 25 years in cybersecurity. I'm a security practitioner, and I worked on governance, risk and compliance, and security operations center. Today, I'm the technical director for Tenable, and Tenable we're doing vulnerability management and exposure management.
Hello, I'm Dan. I'm the director of the Romanian Cyber Directorate, which is an operational agency, as you may know, but also has the task to put in place and to implement the regulations. So I come from the business, but now since a couple of years I play government, so I share the pain of both worlds. And I'm trying to understand actually these two universes that are sometimes kind of colliding on regulatory stuff.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Héloïse Rion. I work at Schneider Electric, a multinational in providing solutions in energy management and industrial automation. And I focus on Europe digital policy, so looking at AI, cyber, but also data. So I've been involved so far in the NIS2 transposition, and I'm also CRA issue lead at Digital Europe currently. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So I'll do a little bit of framing up using the moderator's prerogative. We've heard what a busy last commission we had in terms of putting in place new cybersecurity regulations, and I think that is to their credit. There were many gaps from a regulatory standpoint, from a cybersecurity standpoint, that were filled. We saw the Cyber Resilience Act, we saw the NIS2 directive, we saw DORA, RED, and that's before we get into other areas of the digital space where you had things like the DMA, the DSA, AI Act, and so on. It was a very busy period, and as Despina mentioned in her remarks, this commission is about taking those files and implementing them. And I think the key question for this panel is how do we do that in such a way that it meets the underlying objectives of leveling up cybersecurity in the EU, but does so in a way that is feasible to implement for companies, and particularly for those small and medium-sized enterprises, which we'll speak to a bit later in the panel. We've seen on NIS2, for instance, that that even the governments themselves, the member states have struggled to meet the deadlines there. It's not clear that same level of flexibility will be available for companies, and so I think there is a good amount of urgency in the way that we need to move forward here. What I'm really heartened by is this idea of the simplification agenda, which is being put forward by the Commission. And so my hope is, in the panel today, we can surface some ideas that may be helpful in that particular initiative. Dan, I want to turn to you first, because I mentioned quite a few member states missed the deadline for transposition, but Romania did not. You were amongst you were pretty close. You were amongst a small group of companies that finalized, I believe, in 2024. You've also translated into English your transposition bill, which for those of us who are single language, that makes our life a lot easier. What were some of the challenges that the government of Romania faced in sort of meeting that deadline? What are some of the key changes that you made, and how are you beginning to sort of resource yourself to put the text of that bill into practice?
Thank you so much, Alex, for the question. To clarify first, we missed the deadline of 17th of October.
How much do you miss it by?
We miss it by 2 months and a half.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Bottom line, I'm very proud to explain that 30th of December, the government of Romania actually passed the brand new government, because there were elections and stuff. Part of them, as you may know very well, canceled. I'm not going to comment. We'll comment at the coffee break if you want. And the word cyber popped up in the reason for cancellation, by the way. But actually, a brand new government that passed 2
emergency laws. One, it was the financial stuff to keep the country going. And the second one, guess, surprise, surprise, transposition of NIS directive. Now, why I'm particularly proud? Because one of the challenges we had to tackle, of course, the concern of the business. Bottom line, and we all saw it in many member states, businesses are worried about duplications, about the cost of implementing whatever regulatory framework and whatever regulatory act is coming. And the way we tackle it and we approach it in Romania was quite straightforward. Everyone at the table, we knew upfront that it's going to take 9 months, exactly like giving birth to a baby, took literally 9 months. But we were again and again and again, and I dare to say, thousands of hours spent governmental bodies. And when I say governmental bodies, 40 governmental bodies. This is what we are talking about. We're joking that only the metro company in Bucharest was missing at the table to give the okay on the text. But literally everyone, plus the lobbies, and a lot of you are in the room here. And thanks for providing feedback and input and being so open. Because we took every single letter we got, we took into account, we wrote down, we injected that input into the work group, and we're sitting at the table again and again and again for 9 months, as I said, with companies, with professional associations, with lobbies, with other member states in order to craft it. Now, we ended up with a transposition for NIS2 that we believe it's rather business friendly, and I'm choosing carefully my words. I think in everything we do in cyber, we have to keep this into mind, because if we set the barrier too high, what will happen? Simply companies will not implement it. They will take the risk to be named and shamed, to get a penalty, but at the end of the day, they will consider that it is a too high cost. This is something we wanted to avoid. And one last point I wanted to mention, because we are kind of fighting back, asking questions about how big do you estimate is going to be the cost? Because everyone was talking, oh, it's going to cost, will be expensive, etc., etc. But surprise, surprise, very few organizations and very few consultants and professional advisors actually did a simulation, did an estimation how much exactly is going to cost to roll out NIS2 or to roll out pieces of Cyber Resilience Act and so on. So that's the way we try to tackle it.
Do you have a sense, so you mentioned 40 government agencies are involved. Do you have a sense of how many companies in Romania are going to be in scope of NIS2? Because I know it's expected to be a big expansion.
Yes. The estimation was that we are going to jump from 1,300 today to about 15,000.
Wow. So about 12-ish times larger. How are you resourcing to be able to do that? Is that about prioritizing?
It's a big problem, because one of the biggest risks we see right now actually is related to the human resource, competent, qualified, knowledgeable to implement it. And there is a major risk of cannibalization. Now we see it already. Companies, they start stealing each other implementation team, or some of them, they make the big mistake to throw the task of implementing whatever the regulatory act on the table of people that are not yet experienced enough, knowledgeable, not enough trained. They are just like, okay, just do it. You are responsible, tick the box, we appointed the responsible. So we see a big issue, and there we need more coordinated effort, industry, governmental bodies, European institutions, to train a lot faster, a lot more people on those regulatory acts, and to illustrate the good practices for cost-effective, swift and sharp implementation.
Turning to our other three panelists, obviously there is, within your companies, you're beginning to put the pieces in place to come into line with what's expected of you. And I think we can expect some level of variance across member states. But obviously one of the biggest challenges is with so few member states having transposed and having the clarity over what they'd expect, creates a huge amount of ambiguity in how you have to treat that. So I'd be interested to hear, A, what are the steps you are taking at the moment, and B, what is some of the challenge that's created by that ambiguity?
Yeah, so maybe I can start. Thank you so much for this question. Indeed, I think the delay in the transposition is causing uncertainties for businesses. Of course, the delays in implementation, and it's also creating a wide variety of needs too, what they look like, and there are different speeds. There are member states which have released a draft, so we have access to a first ID. We have member states who have actually transposed, but they have not provided the framework and the security controls. So they transposed the NIS2, but we don't have the security controls. And then we have member states like Romania, like Belgium, that have actually transposed and given a clear framework. And by the way, I wanted to also congratulate Romania, because it's exactly what the business needs to be able to efficiently implement. We need an English translation to be sure that we are in line and we are completely understanding all of the variety in the language, and as well as the specificities of the laws in nationally. And not everyone has done it, really few so far. We need also, as much as possible, the security controls and an harmonization in the way you implement the NIS2. Because if we have 27 security controls frameworks to certify to, it's going to be really complicated, resource intensive, and you were mentioning professionals. It's indeed key for big companies and smaller ones. And here, Romania, from what I understand, and I'm happy to have you complement, you have partnered with Belgium to reuse their Siphon framework. And we've heard that Ireland might be also joining your partnership. And so this is exactly what the business needs, some kind of harmonization, simplification. And the overall goal is to have a higher security level for everyone in the union. We're not denying this, we're pushing for this, but you need to make it simpler and less burdensome, less costly to be able to reach those levels together.
Yeah, I love that concept. Can you tell us a bit more about that, Dan?
Thank you so much, Eloise. I will keep it only 20 seconds. But I wanted to make very transparently how we took the decision to borrow with pride the Siphon framework, the cyber fundamentals framework of the Belgians. It's not only because I'm half Belgian and I'm living around and commuting between Bucharest and Brussels, but after a lot of discussions with businesses, with governmental bodies, etc., the approach was very straightforward. Let's not reinvent the hot water. Let's use something that already exists in another member state. We adjust it maybe here and there just a bit, but fundamentally we use it. So that was the decision, and I think it's going to be faster this way.
Jump in, Titi.
Yeah, sure. I think with the delayed in transposition, there are a lot of issues that I know that all of you all are aware of. And one of the biggest ones is this kind of patchwork of protections that would span across countries. And so if there were a multinational organization and there was a multinational threat, it would be tough for the incident response, the governance that's implied with each of those things. And so you would run into issues that you wouldn't have an equal amount of resources that are applied to this incident that may span across member states that have varying applications of NIS2. And because of the EU law where that says that you cannot enforce NIS2 unless they've already transposed, you run into this big issue of delaying further and further, and businesses suffering because of it. And they need the resources, as Eloise and Dan were mentioning, from the government in order to implement these documents. And so that's a big issue for small and medium businesses, large businesses. I think it impacts everyone because without the ability to transpose in a way that is effective and small and medium businesses can contribute and be able to meet the level of what's required in these documents, then you run the risk of these businesses going out of business because they're unable to respond. Then they weigh the risks of the fines that would come, being named and shamed, but some would not be able to overcome that. And then you have a direct impact on your economy.
I just want to add one stuff, and I won't be long on that one. I want to go back to what Eloise said regarding the basis, the basics, which are the security controls. Bottom up, security practitioner, that's what we are looking after. Looking after understanding exactly the scope about what needs to be implemented. Yes, the directive is very clear on those 10 main big measures. But at the end of the day, I think we see that as layers. You mentioned patchwork, but there are organizations which are very mature and already have implemented some best practices in the past, whatever the size, by the way. Some small organizations could be very mature. Some others are completely don't have enough people to be able to help them in that journey. But if we could have a common core set of security controls that everyone talking about harmonization can agree with, and then whatever we are doing, ISO, NIST, or even local regulations or European regulations, then we all agree about the fact that we need to implement that level of core basic security controls.
I wanted to pull on that thread of small versus larger businesses, right? Because on the one hand, larger organizations are more likely to be operating in all EU markets, and therefore, not to mention globally, and therefore have that greater complexity, but they also tend to have more resources, right? Particularly on the compliance front. What are some of the unique challenges for SMEs that are trying to come into compliance, not just with NIS2, though, that is one that is going to be particularly challenging because of member state divergence, but, across all of those files that that I was talking about at the beginning of the remarks. I know in particular, Tenable and Infoblox, you'll be working with a lot of your customers that are trying to answer this very question. So.
Yeah, sure. I think that one sobering statistic was that 99% of businesses in the EU are small and medium enterprises. And should they have a cyber incident, I think it's 56% of them will go out of business if they're down for a week. And I think being down for a week is something that is very likely for a lot of these businesses that aren't as large and don't have the resources. Some of the impacts of not being able to meet the level of NIS2, specifically for small and medium enterprises, is that they just don't have not only the resources, the technical resources, the staff that is knowledgeable in order to get them to where they need to be. So having policies in place and within the member state in order to help small and medium businesses get to that level, give them the resources that they need, help them along the way to get there, I think is really important. In my experience with working in laboratory accreditation and working with conformity assessment bodies, the conformity assessment piece is really interesting because it allows public-private partnership, which they talked about on the previous panel, in order to create frameworks that meet the needs of a business, no matter how small or large it is. So being able to contribute to that conversation as a small business and help build the frameworks with the government that is going to be enforcing them, I think is really important so that multiple voices are heard and that they can also contribute to that conversation so that their business, as those frameworks are being developed, they feel like their business is able to keep up. And that's something that in the conformity assessment realm is something that is really important. So I think that for small and medium enterprises, it's like non-compliance has more severe impacts, where a larger organization would be able to weigh their risks, a smaller organization may not. Bernard talked about how some small businesses, they are prepared and they are ready, they have the resources available. But I think that in this conversation, it's really important to consider the ones that don't rather than the ones that already do. Because in considering them and considering the state of them, you then envelop everyone. If you plan for the worst and you create frameworks around the worst case scenario, I'll say that, then you plan for everyone. And with keeping them in mind, you essentially create an environment that is good for everyone. So leading with small and medium enterprises and leading with this public-private partnership, I think would put everyone in a better place.
It's a really important point. It's kind of it takes a village on this, right? And that's both government entities, that's in some cases companies that are interacting with a number of these small businesses, and simply just being able to translate what they've got to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just want to add more. One of the key elements of NIS2 is really the risk-based approach. And it's not just implementing a set of controls or a set of technologies. And we all know that compliance is a people, process, technology, and I will add, that maturity level as well. Some small organizations have that risk-based approach already because based on the sector they are, working on, they already have that mindset. But going back to one of the questions you asked, how many organizations will be concerned? I'm based in Paris, I'm French, so I can just give the French kind of number. From 300 today, we will go to 10,000 plus. So most of the organizations, small organizations, will be concerned as well. Now, some of them, they don't have any risk manager, they don't have any compliance manager. So no one could take that as an example. Now, yes, service companies and managed services company will help them to that journey because it's clearly a journey. But what is very important is really some of our customers are doing vulnerability assessment, checking, scanning, and that's it. They need to do RBVM, risk-based vulnerability management, and that is a gap they need to cover. How can they have a risk-based approach? They need to be trained on that. They need to have someone helping them to that journey from classical implementation of technology to have a risk-based approach.
Eloise, please.
And Alex, maybe I can say a few words as well, because indeed, so I'm speaking of behalf of a multinational company. So of course, we don't have the same challenges. We share some, but we don't have exactly the same as smaller entities. But we do work intensively with them in our ecosystem, in our partnerships, with our clients. We are receiving quite a lot of requests about NIS2. And I think there are different things to take into account. I think the first one is that maybe the posture from which smaller entities start from, maybe there is a bigger gap to achieve the security controls than for companies like Schneider Electric, who already have a mature cybersecurity posture based on different voluntary schemes, certification, and standards like the ISO 27000 series. So I think the gap may be bigger, but also there is agencies, and maybe here Dan can complement, are overwhelmed with regulations coming in from the EU as well. We're not only the private sector or the industry being overwhelmed. And it's true that a lot has been done so far on NIS2 to support smaller entities and making sure that they know what they should be doing. But now the CRA is coming, we have the revision of the CSA, we have also the RED, you did not mention in your initial speech, but this is adding administrative burden to all the private sector having a business in the EU market, and it's not helping. And unfortunately, agencies, government bodies, they don't have the resources to handle and to do specific programs, supporting programs for all of those regulations. So I think this is also another aspect to take into account. And you mentioned the simplification exercise of the European Commission. It's now or never to simplify. I think there is a big political move towards simplification, and there are a lot of different ways of doing it. And one of those is to reduce the regulatory burden and to simplify, especially on the administrative side. Do we really need the Red DA? so that it's being taken over 2 years later by the Cyber Resilience Act. Of course, it's a good way, it's a good path forward, but it's just adding an administrative cost and burden to all of the entities on the EU market. And it's just an overlap that should not be there anymore. So if the European Commission is really willing to simplify, that would be my first thing. First thing is to repeal the Red Year even before it's applicable in August.
So let's pull on that thread on simplification. What should be the I guess, priority across the Commission and member states to sort of commit to that agenda? And I guess there's two sides of this, right? One is making it more simple for businesses, but as you point out, Eloise, there is a huge burden on member states, right? In particular, member states that do not have a great deal of cybersecurity expertise, or perhaps don't have a great deal of resources to hire up on cybersecurity expertise. Thinking of this from a practical standpoint, that these things are coming into place, the CRA, NIS2, DORA, and so on. What are some concrete steps that you would each like to see as part of the simplification agenda?
So I want to go back to one of the stuff I shared yesterday. What are the core? What is, I mean, again, bottom up, I'm a security practitioner. What is the common minimum security requirements everywhere that, and I will add on simplification, collaboration, which is super important. We talked about that in every coffee break. There are, you mentioned ISO, to be very fully transparent with you, our customers ask us to do the ISO mapping between NIS2 and ISO. They came to us and say, Tenable, we are working with you for decades, and then we do already having some ISO compliance report. Can we do that with NIS? And we started to look after about a set of minimum requirements. So I think that could be one of the steps forward, which is defining the core minimum, I'm reading, minimum security controls requirements, then we all agree about. If we all agree about that, then instead of only having a top-down approach, we should have a bottom-up, which is let's start, not wait for all of the transposition, all of the negotiation. Most of them are because of government that have changed, and believe me, I know what I'm talking about here. And then that is something that it could be very practical, which is defining just a set of common critical minimum security controls. That is one of the simplification I think could be useful, and collaboration as well.
Please.
Yeah, I think it's a really important aspect of all of this. I think simplification leads to better harmonization across the globe. And because in the efforts that we had, Coleman Mehta, who's here, Craig Sanderson, who's also here from Infoblox, our efforts are to make sure that everyone's aligned, that we're all, keeping cybersecurity in the front of our minds. We're all cybersecurity experts, but also making sure that as, regulations develop, that we all have like minds in those regulations. And so simplifying, I think, will lead to better harmonization. We'll be able to work with different economies on improving our cyber resilience without the risk of duplication, creating undue burden on small and medium organizations, large organizations. And I think that should be something that we're all considering constantly, because with more complexity, we run the risk of having significant cyber threats, because malicious actors, they look for those areas, those gaps, the confidence gaps that are in place when things are way too complicated. And that's when they find vulnerabilities where they can strike. So with the simplification, harmonization across all borders, across all oceans, will get us to a better cyber threat resilience.
Dan, please.
Thank you. Maybe to share some thoughts regarding, in particular, to the small and medium companies. It's a volume business by any dimension. In Romania, we have 500,000 small and medium enterprises. Guess what? Super low maturity level in terms of cyber, critically dependent on their technology providers, telco providers, advisors, whatever. And I made with my team a very simple exercise. Say, look, if we invest 1 person day of advice to them, let's say the Brussels rate, moderate Brussels rate, €1,000 a day, that's $500 million for 1 day, yeah, for one and every single of them. So the good part is that they are critically dependent on their providers, which is a good thing as well. Because usually, if they get a good contract, automatically, or if they outsource part of their infrastructure, processes, controls, whatever, they have a good chance to raise automatically their maturity level. At the end of the day, nevertheless, it's all about the cost-benefit analysis. Each time I talk to a CEO, whether it's small or large company, always when I talk to them about the cost of investing in improving cyber resilience, putting in place measures, technologies, doing the risk assessment, and so on, versus the cost of fixing a significant incident, I always win. So it's always easier to support. The problem is that we don't have the chance to pass this message massively. And to give the example of the Romanian directorate, my team is doing 2 times a week awareness sessions with small companies, large companies. And I calculated it will take 35 more years only to cover the 500,000 ones. So it's a monumental task by any dimension. We have to become, all of us, a bit professionally humble and acknowledge that, as you said, it takes a village. It takes the entire cyber professional ecosystem, solution providers, European bodies, governmental bodies, advisors, etc., to really work on the problem. And we have to work in the most agile, I don't like the word agile, sorry, for the ITs in the room, but we need to work in really, really agile and very, very swift and sharp mode. Otherwise, it takes too much time, too many incidents will happen, and all the effort to put regulation in place will decrease as impact.
Eloise, anything to add before we open up for questions?
Yes, maybe 1 or 2 things on the simplification. So I already mentioned the Red DA repeal before August to lower the administrative burden and leaving time for all the entities having an activity and products on the EU market to be able to thrive towards the Cyber Resilience Act, which is going to be big and important, and a lot of work, a lot of resources needs to be put there. I think on the NIS2, and again, I don't want, it's because you're here, Dan, so it's super important, and I would love to have your opinion. On the NIS2, first off, I mean, I would call on other member states to look at what Romania and Belgium have done. Ireland is looking at it. If you think the Siphon framework could be the basis, and then you can maybe tweak it a little bit depending on national specificities, I think that is an harmonization that would simplify greatly and drive us more efficiently towards the NIS2 conformity. And maybe on NIS2, the reporting is also important to simplify. So, for example, it would be great if we had at European level a single reporting format. I mean, it seems easy like this, but we don't have that today. We have to report through different formats to different authorities in different local languages. Again, maybe a question to you, would Romania be open to receiving English incident reports? I mean, that would be another simplification that would greatly help and really would be able to meet that 24-hour notification timeline for significant incident under NIS2. If we could do it in English, it would be much more easier for us as a multinational companies, but also for smaller entities that are in scope of NIS2.
The reporting form, I think, is a really good suggestion. We know that the International Counter-Ransomware Initiative, which is, I believe, somewhere north of 60 participant countries, is working on a common international ransomware reporting form. If that's achievable in that environment with the diversity of countries involved, one would assume that in the context of 27 EU member states, that it's certainly feasible to put something together there. And I do want to draw out this sort of common baseline across EU member states. Frankly, whether that is the sort of Belgium-Romanian product or whether it's something else, I think the value of that is twofold, right? You, on the one hand, have a common reference point for companies, for governments to be able to say, okay, versus the baseline, we ask you to do everything that's in there, and then France, we're going to add these 3 things on top of it. That still hugely simplifies the overall scope of what's required of companies to comply, to know that if we're meeting this common base, whether it's an international standard like ISO 27000 series or something else, then you're focused on, okay, we need to make sure we add on ABC to be compliant in France, and maybe it's DEF in another country, but that dramatically simplifies. So I do think that's a concrete takeaway.
Yeah, I think we see that internationally, that folks do that. So in my work at NIST, we focused on ISO 17025. And so folks would meet ISO 17025, but then there'd be additional appendices depending on the work that they were doing in their labs that would supplement that. So if we're in a calibration lab, they would have calibration specific requirements. If we were going into a testing lab, they have specific testing requirements. And so having that initial, I think this is a wonderful idea, having that initial document that's mapped, and then say, okay, it's a smaller lift, it's a smaller ask to supplement that. And so using frameworks or using mindsets and concepts that already exist, I think contributes to that simplification, because folks are already doing that. And so cybersecurity should also be doing that, leaning on the standards that are already in place and creating documents that are shorter, smaller, and easier to lift, because a lot of it is duplicative, where you can say, okay, you are already stating something that's in ISO 27001. What additional requirements are you asking for?
And frankly, we know audit's going to be a crunch in the context of CRA when that comes online, the conformity assessment resources. If audits only need to cover a smaller portion of that, then that makes life a lot easier. Any questions? I see quite a few. Maybe we could take the 2 from the front together, just to be efficient in time, and then we'll go over to the back.
Hello, thank you very much. Very insightful conversation. I'm Goran Gotter from Ruth Pedersen consultancy firm here in Brussels. Actually, Luis, thank you very much for mentioning reporting. That was on the top of my list, and I was curious whether it will come on the table. So thank you for mentioning that. Having a sort of a common also linguistic approach, especially when we have to mitigate large-scale security incidents in those short time frames, is very important. Especially many security organizations usually would also, when they operate globally, would be having the follow the sun approach, where basically, as the Earth rotates, they basically would have different security centers working 24/7 in different under different time zones. So that makes a lot of sense. Actually, also what I'm curious about, and also hearing your views on what you think more on the market conformity side of the CRA, is how do we also tackle the sort of the powers that the Market Surveillance Authority would have in auditing the declarations of conformity, because the current text basically states that any company should be able to provide a declaration of conformity for a product in a language that the Market Authority understands. And there's no basically principle of main establishment here. Yeah. So that would be already, quite burdensome to even the largest organizations, but even for SMEs, that would be, I would say, unachievable. So how we can potentially also think in terms of simplification, how we can tackle that. Thank you.
Perfect. And then we'll take 2 at the same time and let folks jump in on them.
Good morning, everybody. Christian from the European Cybersecurity Organization. I have a question about how we should concretely simplify, which you've been talking a lot about. Should we have a European security controls framework, or should we simply align the different frameworks? Because on one hand, each country has been working on their own frameworks or is working on it. But on the other side, we know that frameworks tend to be very different. If you compare NIS 800 with ISO, with Siphon, they just have a different approach. So at this point in time, what's the best way forward? One or recognition?
Please jump in.
So I would suggest we start mapping. Based on what exists already and the majority of the already implemented frameworks. There are many organizations, and obviously there are some industries which are very specific. So if I'm putting out those very specific industries, the rest will be 80% of the concerned organizations in NIS2. What are those organizations already implementing if they already have a maturity level? So I would suggest we start by looking after those industries which are already having a maturity level, what kind of framework they already have implemented, and start to do the mapping. Now, if we analyze and do that and we see a gap, very important gap, potentially we also need to, why not create at the EU level some standards that are not there or very different. But I would suggest starting with the mapping of what exists already.
If I can say something about the market conformity side. Honestly, I see trouble over there. I should not say it, but I'm going to say it. The governmental bodies, the national competent authorities, they have a huge challenge in order to get in-house the necessary expertise to be able to understand that conformity assessment result in whatever way, form, and shape it is presented to them. And when we talk about highly sophisticated technologies, guess what? Just to give an example, 5G or you name it. There is a very limited pool of expertise available. It's available with the operators, with the technology providers for those solutions. And guess what? They are competitors. So if I get a certificate, a conformity paper coming from organization A, and I don't have the in-house resources, what should I do as governmental body? Go in the market, fish around, buy around, and try to get some experts to help me navigate it.
You launch an expert working group.
And I will end up immediately in NDAs and confidentiality and commercial stuff and so on and so on. The lawyers are very good in this and intellectual property people. But I see a huge challenges and will be absolutely prohibitive for the governmental agencies to build and to have in-house all the necessary expertise for this. So I don't have the solution. I see trouble at the horizon, and we have to further discuss and explore what has to be done.
One final question in the back, and then we'll wrap for lunch.
Thank you for the interesting conversation. My name is Vuijs Sikkinger from Bird & Bird, Cybersecurity Department. Taking on the point you made on simplification in NIS2, one thing that may be overlooked is the red tape which is connected to registering your company in various countries. Some countries do take a very lenient approach. Some countries like Italy or Slovakia require a huge amount of documents. I think there will be low-hanging fruit if we were to simplify the registration format so companies can easily register with the same documents in the same way in various countries. I think that's an easy win. I wonder whether you agree on what needs to be done to get that in.
So I could not agree more with your statement. I think as we propose for the reporting to have a single reporting format, indeed, if we could have, but in an ideal world, we would have had a transposition deadline, 17th of October. We would have had a registration deadline common for everyone with the same format in an English language, but that's not where we are today, unfortunately. Schneider is currently registering in different member states where it's open, and it's a challenge, I'm not gonna lie, because for Schneider Electric, we're in basically the 27 member states. So it's 27 languages. Some of the member states will notify you. Some you have to register proactively. Indeed, there are different information levels depending on the registration and the country of registration. So yes, it's an additional challenge that we are tackling. And again, I'm speaking on behalf of a multinational company, so I cannot even imagine the burden for smaller entities that have maybe made their main activity in Germany, but that have one legal entity in Croatia, another one in Greece. It must be a challenge for them as well. So yeah, I could not agree more. And And yes, maybe, I mean, I'm going to be a bit provocative. It would be interesting to have everyone's feedback at lunch. But I mean, you know, already thinking of NIS 3, come on, let's simplify and let's make it a regulation if possible. I think even for member states, it might be a release. But yeah, I mean, it's really complicated, to be honest. And for Schneider Electric, it's not a matter of the security controls and the fact that because we have already invested a lot in cybersecurity, it's the fact that you have to do it in 27 manner through 27 registration to 27 authorities in 27 languages. That's our main challenge. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to wrap this panel. Two points of administration before we go and grab food. So we got two key pieces of feedback from last year's CyberNext Brussels, and with our humility, we've tried to come and implement them. One of which was a longer lunch period so that people can have time to network and talk about what they've heard. So we've got a longer lunch break. We will come back at 1:30. So we've got a little under an hour and a half for lunch. Enjoy, talk amongst yourselves, and hopefully about some of what you've heard this morning. The second piece was opportunities for audience interaction. So one thing that we are going to ask of folks in attendance today is for each of the panels, write down one sort of key takeaway / policy recommendation that you think is particularly important for policymakers on each of those topics. So the CSA reform, harmonization, and this afternoon we've got cyber defense and the Pall process. When you leave, you could just drop those recommendations on the name where you got your name tags this morning, and we're going to kind of pull those together after the event and have a sort of takeaway document from what the community has learned. So maybe use some of the extra time at the lunch break to jot something down there as well. With that, just want to do a thank you to my panelists, and hope to chat with you all at lunch.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had some good networking time over lunch. It's really my pleasure to do this, to have this conversation with MEP Bart GROOTHUIS, who's been a good friend to the coalition and to CTA. And actually, I was saying that he doesn't realize it, but he did a speak at one of the CyberNext Washington ones from Brussels. He was on camera, and the room there, it's like a very large screen. So you were larger than life. You're larger than life always, but at the time you were definitely larger than life. So we're going to talk today about post-quantum cryptography. And before we get into the post-quantum questions, if you like, we've done panels on quantum in the past, tried to do both quantum and post-quantum cryptography at the same time, and you get these two different sets of people on the panel that like know each other's issues, but they're not really answering the same questions. So and you have to do kind of half the panel at a time. So but I think we're just going to talk about quantum just very briefly up front to explain how we get to the post-quantum problem, because there's probably some quantum physicists in the room like we had last year, but right now most people aren't that steeped in quantum computing. So why don't you just give your brief overview of what the post-quantum cryptography problem is that we have. Do you want me to, or do you want me to do this?
No, I'd love to do it, but if I should do it, so welcome. Thank you for having me. Yeah. Great not to be on a big screen. Maybe we are being recorded, but thanks. So the main problem is, of course, we'll be having computers in the next couple of years, probably. Highly likely, I believe, and I assess, and I think that the majority of the people engaged are saying it's highly likely that we will have computers more stronger than ever, so strong that they can break cryptography on the internet, and that means that our communication is no longer safe, and that we have confidentiality issues with communication that we already are sending right now. If you store it and decrypt later with the quantum computing computers available in the near future, we will have a problem then. But we already have a problem now, since we're sending encrypted traffic, which is not actually encrypted in future. So the problem is right here already. It's not a future problem. It's not something over there. That's why I sent a letter to Commissioner Breton at the time, about a year ago, a little more, over a year ago. We've had extensive talks with Roberto Viola and others in the Commission to warn about this, as I wasn't really satisfied with the way that the European Commission was tackling this problem. That the US was leading NIST, and the NIST is, of course, a great achievements that they put forward, algorithms that could tackle and that could actually resist the decrypting efforts of future quantum cryptography. And I was wondering, dear Ari, how is Europe? And I think
Well, I would say, I mean, I've said this before, and I think I even said this to you. You look at what the NIST standard is, right? Look what it is. It's an international standard, but a lot of the legwork was done here in Belgium and in Netherlands,
and by European scientists.
Right? So it is Europe is actually leading from a mathematical point of view, but the question is in terms of implementation. Where does it stand, and are there and education around it as well, which is, I think, a key factor here. You wrote the letter a year ago. You know, what have you seen in that time period? Do you feel as though that there has been a ramp up, maybe not to the point since you know this is an urgent issue, but
so I wrote the letter in March or February. I don't really recall. My memory doesn't have a calendar, but somewhere last year. And then it took about 2 months for the Commission to reply, but I got phone calls with the Commission. We'll be reserving money, some 20 million euros for this, Bart. Be aware, we'll be coming with a roadmap. And about 2 months later, the Commission, DG Connect, presented a roadmap on how to get there, on the implementation phase, like you said. Meanwhile, in the Council installed a NIST-2 working group on PQC, which was very good, I believe. But that was being done by the Netherlands. It was done by France and by Germany. And those 3 countries have actually been very thriving this forward. 18 other countries have said, member states have said, we agree and we should do something about it. But 18 is not 27. And 3 countries actually thriving it is not the result I would like to see. And then what we did not see yet is, apart from the roadmap and the NIS2 working group, is to see actual implementation. I always have hope, Ari, hope for swift implementation. And the hope I have is that the Commission said, if there's no progress on PQC, we should have a legislation to really oblige critical entities to come forward with PQC solutions. And I think we're almost at that process. I think we're already crossed that. I think that we need legislation to make sure that critical entities prepare for the PQC threat.
So we obviously know the 3 countries you named have strategies out there. Do the other 15 that have signed up have the strategy yet, or are they just signing up? Well, saying that it's going to they're making it a priority. Because the letter said they're making it a priority, right?
Yeah, it should be a priority. The national cybersecurity standards, the CSIRTs of those countries have stated that it should be a priority. So, well, there's lots of priorities, right? Let's prioritize the priorities. And the NCCs, they say they see it. Well, 9 of them actually have not signed up to it, which is a problem. And saying it's a priority is not implementation. So it's about educating people, right? Making sure you in this room, you understand the threat. I'm not going to convince you. Then you need processes in place, like the NIS2, which I was rapporteur on. I would say in the NIS2, there's an article saying you need state-of-the-art cryptography as an obligation. I would say that member states should actually legislate that part, saying it needs to be PQC for these and these and these and these and these things. You need to really specify that. And maybe we can do something about that in the next couple of months, and the work that the Commission is doing on revising the CSA and maybe some other omnibus package. We can talk about that later. But maybe there's a window of opportunity now to say we might legislate that. I would actually advocate for that, to say we need to legislate for PQC. And then, because you have people, you have processes. So if the process is not floating, and if there's no legislation, you also need techniques and technology. And the technology, of course, is there. The algorithms has been established by NIST. It's fine. I already said to Breton, look, why would we invent the wheel? Just copy paste, and we have quantum proof cryptography standards? Why does it take so long? That's my frustration. And it's a sovereignty issue, maybe an emotional issue, but I don't really understand it from a technical or cryptography point of view. I don't understand why we copy and paste it sooner. I don't see the hurdle.
I know in the past, right, that it has been European mathematicians that have created the cryptography standards, and then you have U.S. and Canadian companies be the ones that take the lead on it. In this case, we do have some, I think there's actually some in the room actually, that are focused on doing this in Europe and around the world, in our European companies too. How do we help the European companies compete with the U.S. companies on implementation of, helping companies and governments implement? And
well, good practices, best practices, benchmarking is always good, of course, and feel free to help anyone out. But I guess it's also to say that educating European peers is very important. Why it's so important? And if I look at, I read a couple of months ago, I read a report from on that. Let me just clean the result. I remembered more than half of the companies in Europe were not thinking about PQC, and about a third of those companies said they didn't have the technology or the manpower to actually deal with the problem. So it's a real complicated problem. It's not just about education.
Yeah.
So you need to have some form of not just a carrot but also a stick. And that's why I'm talking about legislation that might really put things in.
I was talking more about the consultants
Yeah.
side of it, which I think there is a role. I mean, you were at the Department of Defense. I'm sure you lived through at least one encryption changeover.
Sure.
This is much more difficult. I don't know if you want to give an example of some of that, of why it might be more difficult, and then what's needed in order to make it happen.
Well, if I remember the time at the MOD, converting to SHA algorithms, for example, SHA algorithms took many companies 5 years, but I guess a third of the companies I looked at took more than 10 years. And we already knew what that was, and it was tested on hardware. And you already had an idea on how those algorithms would work. But now this is much more difficult. We see completely new algorithms, and you do not know how the hardware will respond. It's not like we will replace hardware A with hardware piece B. We will put new cryptography on it. It's completely new algorithms. If you look at what it's letter-based, some of them are letter-based, for example. It's very different from the previous transitions that we've seen. Much more complicated, I believe. And it's also a matter of money and means. It's being seen as a cost. It's not being seen as a real threat. And you started this conversation with what is fireside chat without fire. You started the conversation with there's a quantum industry and the cybersecurity community, and the East and West and the twain. Okay, they tend to meet, but if you look at how they, what was I'm trying to say? I'm sorry, I forgot what I was trying to say.
about implementing and getting to the point of where you can get the difference between just putting the algorithm into place and the wholesale looking at how this is going to actually work on your hardware, et cetera, which we're talking about just before that.
Yeah. So let me I forgot, but I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was making a joke and I was completely laughing at myself. This is a good joke.
So
what was I trying to say?
Let's move on to the part you went to right away at the beginning.
If you don't make jokes every once in a while.
You touched on at the beginning, but I was waiting to come back to now, which I know you're passionate about, which is what's the difference between having the countries do this? So we've seen what that's led to at this point, where we have 3 that are very far along, and then 15 that are committed to it, and a bunch that haven't said anything. Versus doing it across the EU and in a regulation or.
So it's a problem for anyone, for everyone. But if you look right now on how we look at encryption, to be honest, if I look at the Italian government, they are granting Starlink a huge contract for governmental communications from Prime Minister's office and some of the ministerial offices. And traditionally, I come from the cryptography world. If you hand over the cryptography of secure communication, I don't know, Is there any press here? You become the signals let me just say, you become the signals intelligence colony of another nation, and it doesn't matter who it is. Everyone does it. There's no blaming. It's just how it works. And so cryptography is not on top of minds, I would say, of European leaders. I think it's a bad move what Meloni is doing, real bad. And I think that we as Europe need to be more aware of the fact that we should be more sovereign. Those nations should be more sovereign in space, in communication, in quantum cryptography, in post-quantum cryptography. We need to really step up efforts. But cryptography is not on top of minds anymore. If you look at what's happening in the debates here, they're shifting. The cybersecurity momentum that we had is also shifting. We're thinking about different stuff than cybersecurity. You're not, because you're consultants, you make lots of money of it. But the real cybersecurity momentum that's what I'm a bit afraid of. But the good thing is we'll be having lots and lots of simplification efforts, which is really necessary also for making sure that companies will come forward with implementation, that they will do something about it, that the burden is lessened. And we just spoke to Broadcom. Ilias just said for DORA, for example, there's a request to make a threat landscape testing. It might take 3 months. And that is so costly for anyone in DORA that those costs will be actually converted to the end users. This is not competitiveness as we see it in Europe. So we need simplification. We need simplification for lots of stuff, but not for PQC.
Thank you. Well, why don't we open it up to questions on any topic, any cybersecurity topic at least, but quantum as well, or PQC as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Brussels. I co-founded the Danish quantum community in Copenhagen. We've spent a lot of time doing reports on cybersecurity related aspects of quantum technology. And one of the thing I wanted to ask you was, you mentioned cost several times. Transitioning Europe's digital infrastructure and telecommunication and data transfer to PQC will take vast amounts of funding.
Yeah.
Especially if it's embedded in, let's say, the NIS2 requirements. So who will shoulder the financial burden? Will it be public money? Will it be private sector? How is that going to be? And how much will that impact competitiveness if it is borne by either the private sector or the consumers?
That's a very good question, because I think that the majority of the resistance that we feel and see in Europe is just because of that, the costs. That's why I mentioned it. It's the means are not yet allocated, and 20 million just to educate people is not nearly sufficient to. So I agree with that, but I agree more than anything else that if you do not actually require now for not telecommunications, but at the source, like government communications or critical communications that you want to be stored safe now and later, if you don't start there now, you won't start anywhere. So starting small and having, let's say, benchmarks, and having benchmarks you can sell to others is, I think, the best ways of starting. It's not like think things through perfectly and then have a huge plan where everyone needs to convert for a set of date. Start small and then grow. That's how you do it. But that's not how Europe thinks. Europe thinks like we have to think everything through and then we start. But we wouldn't start. I wouldn't start with a telecommunications operator. That's not what I would start. I would start at the source, government of communication officers, and CISOs. I mean, CISOs. Those are the key persons you want to speak to, and you want to make sure that they hire the right people, have the technologies and the knowledge, and that they feel the heat that they should implement PQC. And I mean, making inventarizations of your cryptography libraries, for example, is just something you should have done anyway, right? And I think the main problem with many of the institutions I had a look at when I was at the MOD is that many of the vital and critical entities in the Netherlands, for example, they don't even have a clue on what cryptography there exactly is in their institution or company or their business. They don't have an inventarization. So one of the things I learned at the MOD is you start from oversight to insight, and then action. So you start at what do we have, then the inside and what the problem is, and then so we should start there, making an inventarization. It would be a no regret scenario for any entity to do it already. If you start now with PQC, it will be in your benefit. Any CISO should understand this is already something which is basic hygiene, right? Yeah, it is. But I mean, the number of libraries in an entity might be in the hundreds, tens of thousands. It might be enormous. Automation of that process will be very interesting. Would be interesting for you to sell. Huh?
So when we spoke about a year ago, you spoke very eloquently about concerns with untrusted vendors in European critical infrastructure. Obviously, there's an initiative at the European level around 5G security, but untrusted vendors are in hospitals. They're in all manner of critical infrastructure sectors. You have spoken publicly about concerns on that. Do you feel that the EU is making progress there, and is that progress sort of sufficient to address the potential threat?
No, not anywhere near. Let me start just with hospitals, for example. You have, for example, there's a Chinese vendor, they're headquartered in the Netherlands, and what they do for research hospitals, they educate doctors, and they educate doctors with patient monitoring software. It's called MindRay. And they are seizing very silently huge chunks of the European market. No one's writing about it. I haven't seen any article in the press. But if I visit competitors, they hand over the figures, and I see how fast the Chinese are actually grabbing patient monitoring data of us, DNA data, biometric data, uploading it into a Chinese cloud. And we think that's normal. We think they won't use it and leverage that against us. It's absurd. It's totally absurd. It's just one example. I've mentioned it to the European Commission often, but you don't see a follow-up because it's not out in the open. The press doesn't write about it, so that's not a problem. But it is. And because we're country agnostic. We say there's a threat and we don't care whether it's Ecuador, Finland, or China. Well, I do care. And the problem is, as long as we stay country agnostic in our legislation in general, when it concerns trade issues, foreign subsidies, foreign instruments, it's about countries with an offensive espionage program. We should really tackle it very fast. We didn't do it. If you look at the European Court of Auditors, they've been extremely clear. The 5G toolbox, what you just mentioned, it's soft power, it's soft legislation. And what did the European Court of Auditors say? It should be converted into hard legislation immediately. It's a rackety patchwork of different policies across Europe, whereas we want to have one telecommunications network. And I mean, no, that's different, but there is interconnectedness between those networks. And the same goes for wind, the same goes for batteries. I mean, the battery infrastructure that we're building in Europe, that's mainly Kettle, right? And other Chinese vendors. And they control the PLCs, they control the grid leveraging, they control, what do they control? What don't they control? So I think that if we don't, it's always, we have a problem in the media, and then the Commission will come with, in 1 or 2 years, with, oh, we have a battery problem in Europe. We have the Battery Protection Act or whatever. That's not the way how to legislate, I think. Batteries is a problem. There's a new infrastructure being built, and there's no real guidance on how to do it. And Europe is building its infrastructure largely with Chinese vendors. And at least the first thing you should say is the software layer is completely European. I think that's completely doable. It's completely normal to ask. The Chinese demand the same from us. It's not aggressive. It's just saying you want to keep control of balancing the grid in your vital infrastructure. The software is in control, operated by Europeans here, not by Chinese. A long answer.
Any other?
Hi, Bart.
Hello.
It's Antoinetta from Politico. You made two statements in earlier with your conversation with Ari. One of them, if I understood correctly, was that cyber is no longer a priority or a political priority as it was.
Mind.
On top of mind. Can you expand on that? Why you think that? And also the comment that you made about Maloney, was that in relation to the Starlink negotiations?
Yeah. So Maloney has contracted Starlink, is engaging with Starlink to not just for government communications, but allegedly also for encryption. That's why I made a statement in Strasbourg last month that we should step up the alternative for Starlink, IRIS² and the GovSat program, to step up very soon, not just for us and for Maloney, but also for Ukraine, because Ukraine shouldn't be sabotaged by anyone not willing to provide a country at war with communications. That's why. And the other part, why it's not on top of mind, well, other stuff is floating. It's like a fire hose of news in your face, and it keeps on coming, and no one's really thinking about cybersecurity, Antoinetta. Other things are on top of mind, I guess, where it's not gone. And if you look at the US administration saying we don't do offensive espionage of offensive operations against Russians, I think it's completely wrong signal, of course, because that happens on a daily basis. And I'm just imagining what it would mean if American military institutions or the defense industrial base being hit by the Russians on a daily basis, I know from experience, and you can't do anything about it as the American military coming into threat. I mean, if you can't offensively engage with your adversary in cyberspace, would you not protect yourself when that's due? I'm just confused by what's happening. And so if this is the debate right now, I'm saying it's not cybersecurity, the way I see it, is not on top of mind here. So I would like to re-engage that debate.
A lot of us are confused by that situation.
Yeah,
and what that really means. Any other questions? One last one. Yes. Oh, there's two, but we'll do both, and then that'll be it.
Hi, I'm Yana from IBM. Thank you very much for your comments. Super interesting. Our company is actually very engaged in the PQC space, and our researchers based in Europe were one of the many that contributed to the NIST approved standards. So definitely very invested in the space, and happy to see that this topic is getting a lot of focus here in Europe. But my question would be rather about the transatlantic cooperation in this space. I remember at the end of 2023, when there was a EU-US cyber dialogue happening here in Brussels, the partners announced a new work stream within the dialogue that will be focusing on PQC. But since we haven't had a next dialogue since then, we don't really know what is happening in that space, where this collaboration is going. Is it still ongoing? So would be interested to hear your views on the future of this transatlantic collaboration on PQC, and do you see any space for the alignment on standards there, or like what kind of shape and form will this cooperation take? Thank you.
Very good question. And now I remember what I forgot when I was blacked out with my joke. It was actually, let me start with that, when I was blacked out, then I'll answer your question. But the first thing I would like to say is, like, PQC is hard. The message, conveying the message is hard, also what Antoinetta just asked, because if you compare it, for example, with AI, everyone's talking about in AI, and suddenly it's in a cloud on your phone. And people use it. There's an interface. That's interesting. That's interesting. We don't have that yet for quantum. Of course, you have some cloud solutions. I know that IBM sells its quantum computer in the cloud solution, but it's not as compelling as ChatGPT from OpenAI was in the broad community. Everyone understands what AI was. People do not yet understand what PQC is, or quantum actually is, because you don't have the interface on your phone. As soon as we have that, it's going to be very different. That's what I would want to say.
Yeah, I mean, the other reason is because it's like people's been saying it's 5 years away, it's 5 or 10 years away, it's 10 years away, it's 10 years away. And now people are saying it's really actually within 5 years. This may happen, and it's hard to get people to be excited about it, but I do think that if you think of the catastrophe that could happen from it, that that should get people's risk-based
The DeepSeek
juices
moment
flowing
for
there, but-
PQC, or the DeepSeek or the Sputnik moment for PQC. It might just occur that the Chinese come up and they say we have it, and they demonstrate it, and we're all panicked, right? That might pop up, and then we're all like, what have we been doing all this time? Where's the urgency? Why haven't we delivered? And our citizens suddenly ask, like, why didn't you deliver? Why? So this is the, And then on the conversation, transatlantic conversation, I really don't know right now. It's in the competence of the Commission, but the revision of the CSA, let's see how that works out. I hope that PQC will be part of it. I hope I will push for it definitely. And apart from this, I would like to say the following. I just got from a previous meeting with several quantum computing businesses. I would like to have a quantum act in Europe. Just like we had the CHIPS Act, I negotiated that as a shadow rapporteur. I would like to have a quantum act for quantum businesses here, with pillars like we have in the CHIPS Act, very similar, because this is the critical. We all understand why. I'm not going to advocate. We are here. I don't have to convince you. So a quantum act for Europe, and I was really surprised it wasn't in the Commission working program. There was something about quantum and chips and semicon. I don't think that's the way to go forward. I think that really focusing on a quantum ecosystem is really going to put forward the progress we need in Europe.
Okay. Do you want to say something? Okay. Go ahead. Well, we can repeat it, but here it is.
Hi, Bart. Whether it's a quantum or cyber, is there a scenario where it is a good thing that we're not politicizing them, where we just work operationally on implementation and it doesn't end up on the news? And it's not a leading question, like there are pros and cons of both approaches. What's the best way to go about these?
How would you politicize quantum? I mean, you can politicize cybersecurity. It happens in Parliament. So whenever there's a cybersecurity incident in Parliament or in institutions, no one talks about it. And I've spoken to the European Commission about it a lot of times. Every time that European institutions are being compromised by our adversaries, like Alexander just asked, that's every time you do not speak about it, it's a wasted opportunity to show why we are doing economic security issues, why we do PQC, why we do cybersecurity, why we do. Every time a European institution is being hit, and they are being hit a lot, ladies and gentlemen, but the fact that the institutions don't speak about it, believe me, Brussels is being targeted a lot by our adversaries. That because they don't speak about it, it means there's no opportunity being with. But the real question is, it's being politicized, because if one institution says we're being hacked by the Chinese, then the other institutions would say you're insecure, and they would say, well, you've been hacked too. Why don't you come? So that is politicized, right? That is not good. But how would you politicize quantum? It's like the race, when you win the race with the US or with China. That's a race I would like to see politicized, because that's a competition.
I mean,
I'd like to be in.
The other quantum side that I was talking about is, I mean, there's quantum's going to bring a whole range of other kinds of computing that we can't do today, right? And if whoever is the one that creates that is going to have an economic advantage, right? This is the part
huge.
So, of course, everyone wants that, right? I mean,
it's fair competition. I would like to politicize that. Let's let the race is on. That's why I want a quantum act.
Craig, you want to give the last one here? Because I know everyone know we lit up the place, but we'll do quantum again. You really want to ask a question? We'll do these two both. Okay, go ahead.
I'll try and give you quick. So Craig Sanderson, Infobox. So you mentioned about that Chinese company who managed to get huge market share through education and training. You talked about the fact that for some technologies, like even within the Dutch government, we're struggling for the lack of expertise and understanding of the technology and how it gets applied. This week, we've been talking about the challenges that small, medium business have in terms of adopting the NIS2, especially for other technologies like DNS, which is what I work on. So what role do you see the EU playing in actually developing adoption programs? Because there is a lack of expertise, there is a lack of understanding. You've got a bunch of vendors here in the room who live and breathe their technologies. Do you see an opportunity for EU-sponsored adoption programs combining technology players, but also the systems integrators with boots on the ground to actually make sure regulations turn up to reality and not a bunch of regulations that people look at and never quite achieve. Interested in your thoughts on what the EU are doing and what can be realistically expected.
That's an interesting question. Well, the first thing is there's a new trend in Brussels. So whenever industry and vendors come out and say, we have legislation and it's killing us and it's hard and it's burdensome and it's bureaucracy and red tape, there's a default response from the Berlaymont, and it says omnibus. So we have there will be 5 different omnibus packages, 5 different. One of them is digital, including cybersecurity. And that omnibus package is really should be fed by your input, by things you say this could be more efficient. What Ilias just said, 3 months of threat landscape testing with all your vendors in financial and security, that's too burdensome for many of the insurance companies or banks. I understand that. And so you might think of ways of doing threat landscape testing without having that burdensome. So and your input is more than valuable in the omnibus package. That's what I would say. And I like the omnibus packages. Also in NIS2, I'm ready and able to think along on how to make things smoother for businesses.
We'll get the our EU working group together and get some more ideas from you.
Any ideas welcome. Send them to me.
Thank you, Eric.
Final question.
Yeah, final question. Thank you for allowing me the final question, Ari, to Bart. It's a fairly simple question. Can a PQC regulation be part of a NIS3 regulation?
Yeah, well, the answer is, of course, yes. That's why what was advocating for. And I think that the Commission already said similar stuff. It could be NIS3, it could be CSA, it could be it could be CRA. It should be somewhere, because if only 3 countries really step up the effort, and 18 say, 9 say, then we have a problem with implementation. And if it should be legislated. That's what the Commission already said in the working group, the NIS2 working group, which was a good recommendation from the Commission. If necessary, we will legislate. And I think this is we're there, I would say. Yeah.
Well, everyone, please join me in thanking MEP GROOTHUIS. We really appreciate your time again. And I think if we stayed on, you just keep getting questions all night. So we got to get off for the next panel.
Cheers.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Daniel, as Ari introduced earlier, from the Cyber Threat Alliance. Now that we've dealt with EU certifications, we've harmonized all of the regulations, we've set a path on quantum computing, we're now going to turn to the happy stuff of like cyber defense. These are also some really hard problems, and they've become harder over the last few weeks. So that's why I'm actually very glad that we can hear from Heli Timarkar, visiting distinguished fellow at the German Marshall Fund's technology program. Unfortunately, she was supposed to be on the panel that we're about to have, but unfortunately she was not able to join us. But she did record a short video presentation on the path forward for Ukrainian cyber defense. So if we could go ahead and show that video, that would be great.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Since Russia launched its full-scale invasion in February 2022, many useful initiatives have been set up by the cyber defense and technology community to support Ukraine. Many of you are part of the CDAC group, Cyber Defense Assistance Collaborative, which includes mostly US-based technology companies and has been providing invaluable support to Ukraine since the war began. There is also the Tallinn mechanism, which aims to provide cybersecurity assistance to protect Ukraine's critical civilian infrastructure. Finally, there is the IT Coalition, established as part of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, also known as the Ramstein format of defense ministers, which has been providing military assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces for 3 years. The IT Coalition was established in late 2023 and now has 18 member nations. Over the past year, we have put in place the necessary procedures for contributions and joint procurement. I am pleased to say that by the end of 2024, we have raised a total of 486 million euros in contributions, a significant proportion of which is bilateral in-kind contribution from Germany and the US, in addition to the IT coalition joint procurements funded by other members. While these figures may seem modest compared to the resources allocated to conventional defense capabilities, they are quite remarkable for the IT and cyber field, and I know they have helped the Ukrainian defense authorities achieve important goals. The IT coalition has two modalities. First, we have a joint procurement mechanism through the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, NSPA, which operates in accordance with NATO rules and procedures. The members of the IT coalition mandate the NSPA to procure and ensure the delivery of critical equipment, including software, hardware, licenses, and tactical communications equipment. In addition to the procurement of IT equipment and software, our coalition is also developing the thematic work streams in 4 key areas that will help harness digital innovation to ensure that the armed forces are agile and effective. The areas of innovation, command and control integration, cyber defense, and cloud infrastructure will support other conventional capabilities and will have a major impact on what happens on the battlefield in Ukraine. Digital technologies are revolutionizing military operations, from the integration of advanced command and control systems that improve decision-making to the use of autonomous drones that extend reach and position. One of the most transformative lessons of this war is the innovation around the use of drones. Unmanned aerial vehicles have become indispensable, also providing real-time intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. Armed drones can engage targets with high precision, reducing collateral damage and increasing operational efficiency. By integrating drone technology into the operational framework, Ukrainian troops have improved situational awareness and extended operational reach. Equally important field is integration and interoperability of weapon systems, command and control, that form the backbone of military operations. These systems leverage data analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to process vast amounts of information, providing commanders with actionable insights and predictive analytics. The integration of cutting-edge C2 systems will enable to synchronize operations across multiple domains, from land and sea to air and cyber. Digital technologies have made cyber warfare a critical component of modern military strategy. It is important to defend against cyber attacks that can disrupt our operations, steal sensitive information, and cripple military infrastructure. Advanced cybersecurity measures and cyber defense strategies should be in place to protect digital assets and maintain the integrity of operations. Investing in robust cyber capabilities and training personnel will be required to recognize and counter cyber threats. There are some recommendations on cyber defense and longer-term cyber resilience. First, knowledge building and information sharing is important. It is crucial to establish a consistent and structured way of sharing insights between cyber defense professionals. Second, cyber preparedness and hardening of systems. Gaining full visibility of critical vulnerabilities is essential for strengthening cyber defenses. Threat hunting and attack surface management are key capabilities. Third, creating trusted networks. Clear lines of communication and transparency are essential, particularly in times of major conflict, where quick reaction and connections are crucial. Resource coordination and transparency as fourth. Timely and sustained international support for cyber defense assistance is critical, also in terms of the selection and delivery of capabilities, as well as targeted assistance programs. And fifth, accountability and evaluation. To maintain public and political support, it is important to continuously validate, assess, and report on IT and cyber defense assistance and assess its effectiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, the integration of emerging technologies to defense capabilities will be a key feature in gaining and maintaining military superiority in Ukraine. But it is also a central learning opportunity for NATO nations. We can learn many useful lessons from Ukraine, as we have seen how these technologies will enable troops to operate more efficiently, make better decisions, and execute missions with greater precision. One of the lessons is that we should foster a culture of innovation, continuously exploring and integrating new technologies to stay ahead of our adversaries. As we move forward with our assistance efforts together with other Ramstein capability coalitions, several new coordination mechanisms have been set up to enable synergies. The newly created Ramstein Coalition Leadership Group has met several times, and the Ramstein Secretariat has been established and meets regularly. The Ukraine Defense Contact Group ministerial meeting earlier this year has adopted high-level roadmaps to support the medium-term development of the Ukrainian future force and its infrastructure, laying out the plans for future priorities for all coalitions in 2025 to 2027. In conclusion, the multinational assistance effort to Ukraine continues as planned, and a small group of active NATO nations have stepped forward to lead and provide assistance across the full range of military capabilities, including maritime and air defense, artillery, mine countermeasures, drone warfare, and other key capabilities. The IT Coalition continues to provide cyber defense and technological support to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces. As the technological layer enables all other conventional capabilities, our IT and cyber support to Ukraine serves as a backbone that helps to maintain technological superiority on the battlefield. Thank you.
If I could invite our panelists for this session up to the stage. We have Tanel Sepp, the Ambassador at Large for Cyber Diplomacy, Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have Raj Samani, Senior Vice President and Chief Scientist at Rapid7. We have Manon LeBlanc, Coordinator for Cyber Issues and Deputy Head of Hybrid Threats and Cyber Division at the External Action Service. And Irina Mikhailovich, the Senior Director for Policy and Government Affairs at Palo Alto Networks. So as they're taking their seats, I just want to set the stage for this, this part of the discussion. A longtime colleague and friend of mine out at Stanford University, Herb Lin, one time said, it's very, very easy to be a cybersecurity expert. Just declare that tomorrow will be worse than today, and you will probably be right. However, I think we are facing a situation in the geopolitical environment where tomorrow will, in fact, be worse than today. And you add that on to what is happening in cybercrime. Even if we achieve a peace in Ukraine that even if peace is somehow achieved in Ukraine and there's an end to the hostilities, that will not end the Russian cyber activities in cyberspace. In fact, it will probably ramp them up both in Ukraine and in Europe. And so in this context that we're thinking about this, we want to think about these issues of how to protect our critical infrastructure, how to support strategic partnerships, how do we actually do this business of cyber defense against both a nation-state adversary and cyber criminal elements, because ransomware scams and other things are not going away either. And in fact, they're getting more intense and more disruptive. So within this space, there's this concept, you heard Heli talking about it, of cyber defense. And it is somewhere between long-term capacity building and long-term resilience efforts and immediate cyber incident response. So it's somewhere in between those two things, those two extremes, and it's not an area that we've developed very thoroughly, either from a policy standpoint or from an operational standpoint. As Heli was discussing, we've been developing some of that with the Cyber Defense Assistance Collaborative in this idea of how does the private sector provide support to Ukraine, but that all voluntary, all on basically the companies taking it out of hide is probably not sustainable for the long term. So that's the purpose of this panel today, is to talk about some of these issues, particularly here from the European context. I spend a lot of time discussing this in the US context, so I'm very excited to be here with this set of panelists to talk about this in the European context. So what I want to do is just start with some opening questions, and really let's actually set a baseline of sort of how have the cyber threats to critical infrastructure evolved. Well, we can set the baseline in the start of some of this kind of things with the 2007 DDoS attack on Estonia as kind of the baseline of the activity that we're seeing today. But a lot has changed since then, and not just the, gray in my hair. There has been a lot that has evolved in, in the geopolitical environment. So how have the threats to to critical infrastructure evolved since those events, and has the balance between nation state and criminal threats shifted in recent years? Maybe Tanel, I'll start with you, since I picked on your country.
Thank you so much, and it's great to be here. 2007 as kind of basis for everything. I think we should move on from that because 2007 it's like a half a minute in today's Estonia's life, because what we see happening in Estonia is that we counted around 6,500 incidents, cyber attacks with an impact within last year. I mean, there were many more, but those that had impacts and that we had to deal with in a small country like Estonia, I mean, 6,500 is quite a lot.
That's a large number.
Every single incident needs at least 4 or 5 people to handle this. So think also about the manpower there that you need. And this number actually doubled in comparison to 2023. So we see this really rapid growth of cyber incidents. Now, who's behind this? Well, in different countries you see it differently. We see that as main threats through phishing attempts. You can easily kind of create these correlations between political situations, or we have this joke that Russians are quite good in automatizing our government decisions, because every decision is usually followed by some massive DDoS campaign. So there's this constant threat landscape from Russia towards us right now. This is for sure. The big question is how to kind of pinpoint who's exactly behind there. So last year in September, we issued our first attribution statement that was based on our own investigation. So we've been attributing before or joining other attributions, but now it was really for the first time. That was in September 2024. The attacks that we had attributed to were in 2020. It takes a lot of time to really make sure that you have the solid evidence to make sure that you can really show who's behind it. So we have to go with this kind of political connotation, because we still believe that large-scale cyber attacks do not happen just without a cause or without kind of political backing there. So Russia it is. And Russia, it will be at least for the foreseeable future for us because of our joint border, because of our political stance on Ukraine, and also our assistance to Ukraine.
Maybe I'll actually turn to both Raj and Irina to give your view of how has the balance between nation state and cyber criminal activity changed in recent years? Has it stayed the same? What are your views?
Should I start? Okay, so I'll start for Palo Alto Networks. What we see is a more and more mingling. We see cyber criminals acting on behalf of nation states. So the attribution gets a lot harder. And it's something, by now, if I speak to our threat intelligence unit, Unit 42, they place a lot less emphasis on the attribution side, because it's much more important for us to mitigate incidents and get things fixed. And by now, it's less important who it is, because it's really hard to find out.
So we're quite the opposite. So we actually do attribution, and we're doing it more so than ever before.
And there's a number of reasons. So I want to answer your question. How has the balance shifted? So historically, you'll go to different cybersecurity conferences and people would talk about nation states having the most sophistication and criminals having less sophistication. Like, that is a ridiculous assertion, and it doesn't exist today. And anybody that talks about that clearly has no understanding of the way the threat landscape operates. And fundamentally, it changed in 2023. So I'm sure many of you remember the Move IT vulnerability. This was from a US-based file transfer software. And what was incredible about that was it was a non-trivial vulnerability being exploited by a criminal group. So what I mean by that was, historically, the concept of a zero-day was owned by nation-state groups. They would have access to exploits that they would hide, that they would try to obfuscate from everybody because they want to continue targeting organizations. And all of a sudden, you had a criminal group that were burning this zero-day at a rate and a pace that nobody ever witnessed. Now, that weekend, you also had the announcement from Barracuda about their ESG appliances, and 3 days later, the Fortinet appliances. What used to be a vulnerability that would be maybe once every quarter or maybe once every couple of years, like Heartbleed or Log4Shell, we now had criminals having access to these exploits at a rate that nobody ever expected. And to put it into perspective, in 2024, there were 40,000 CVEs. In 2022, there were 25,000. Of those 40,000, 768 were being exploited in the wild. 80 of them were 0 days. In other words, criminals have access to tools that were previously being held only, usually by nation-state groups. So the old adage that criminals are less capable or less sophisticated is completely gone. And perhaps the more concerning part is they're willing to burn these at a rate and a pace that we've never witnessed before, which tells me one thing: they have a lot more. And the reason they have a lot more is because of every single person in this room and every single person in this industry, because we pay criminals. We give them money to get ransoms back, and we wonder, well, why are they improving? Because they're buying these exploits. And that's the biggest change that we've seen. And that is now the new world order with regards to cybercrime.
Manon, like, sort of from your perspective, how have the threats sort of evolved? I think you should be able to talk.
Sorry, great, sorry. So basically, I want to put it into a different perspective. Yes, criminal actors, the blending, not only criminal actors, but also hacktivists and anyone who wants to mingle itself into conflicts or stir the pot. But for us, what we are looking at is not just the cyber threat as a solo incident or a solo threat, but actually the increasing number of threats that are combined into campaigns. So the way we looked at it, and for a long time, and now I'm doing the same as you, like for a long time, we were like this Pearl Harbor, this incident that would take us all down. But actually we're suffering by death by 1,000 cuts, and not just a cut in cyber, but then a sabotage of a cable, electromagnetic warfare, jamming of our systems. We're looking at disinformation campaigns at a scale that are unprecedented. So we're not only looking at the number of the cyber attacks growing, the number of actors actually coming to the table growing, but we're also looking at the scope of the activities, the type of activities that are actually mingled with cyber in a way. And we're looking at the context that is actually beyond for which these cyber activities are used. So when we were in the beginning of the conflict, there were obviously continuous cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, but it was also a time when things were relatively stable in a way. And I had my politicians and my senior management ask me, why is there no Pearl Harbor? Why are they not taking down this country? Well, probably because they're trying to gather vulnerabilities, they're trying to gather information, they're trying to gets things that will help them later on. So also the perspective of how cyber is not just an instrument in and of itself, but also a tool into a broader kinetic conflict that we're now in, that might await us. Huh? I mean, a couple of years ago, we were very concerned about phishing campaigns in cyber. Nowadays, what's on my plate is sabotage of critical infrastructure. So physical attacks on European soil. So we're also moving on in the conflict, and cyber plays a role in that, not just as a tool, but also as an instrument to leverage other tools later on.
No, I think all of that's very insightful, and the way to think about how the threat landscape has evolved, how the cyber criminal landscape is intermingled with the nation states, and all of those kinds of questions. I think, I wanted to drill down into the, since Manon brought up the war going on in Ukraine, I wanted to drill down a little bit more into how the cybersecurity assistance has been working in that space. Because clearly, I mean, we could have a whole panel on probably an entire day on the discussion of like, why did the conflict in cyberspace play out the way that it did in Ukraine instead of the way that everybody thought it was going to play out? Like we could do that over the coffee break or maybe over beers tonight. Because there's a lot of different interesting theories on that. But nevertheless, the conflict has occurred in cyberspace. And several NATO allies have created the Tallinn mechanism to better coordinate cybersecurity assistance to Ukraine, along with the IT coalition, to provide cyber security assistance. The private sector has been involved in cyber defense assistance collaborative activities. So how effective have those initiatives been in achieving their objectives, and what challenges or gaps have been identified during implementation?
I'll start, and tunnel mechanism should not be confused with the tunnel mechanism. That's a kind of recurring joke that we have within tunnel mechanism group. Well, we celebrated just actually the first anniversary last December, where we could really say that we had accumulated 200 million euros for the civilian part of assistance for Ukraine. And in comparison to IT coalition, which is primarily focused on military aspects, yes, we got less money, but at the same time, we have much more wider kind of scope to deal with. We're dealing with the whole society minus defense. And for us as Estonian, for me as Estonian, it's really critical because Estonia and Ukraine could be two first kind of digital nations in the world. That we both rely so much on our digital infrastructure, our ecosystems, and therefore any kind of assistance for Ukraine to make sure that the digital ecosystem resists military attacks has immense value there. Plus, of course, all the different lessons that we can learn to ourselves afterwards on how to build our own resilience, because this is the best place to be at, to learn that. So this is why in a kind of strategic way, talent mechanism is quite important. And when we set up our mechanism, then we said we are there to have short, medium, and long-term activities, and this is what we want to do. Yes. We are struggling right now a lot, also because the decision by the U.S. administration on USAID funding, there was a lot of projects that were supposed to be covered by USAID funds. So we're trying to find alternative solutions there, and urge also other donors to kind of step up their contributions and also find new donors. So we will continue strongly and with a determination there, because it really matters. And as Manon referred to before, I mean, cyber is in our mind is fully integrated into military activities. or modern military campaign. And it will have a role. But the trouble here is that I don't think I should be called the cyber ambassador for a long time. Because seeing what's happening in the Baltic Sea with all the the cables, it's a myriad of different activities that come together. And maybe it's time soon to not to kind of specify cyber as a standalone thing anymore. Thanks.
Yeah. Manon, do you want to add in for the government perspective, and then we'll turn to the private sector?
So with the talent mechanism, I think what we've done, and this is really unique in a way, is a group of states came together to say, we're going to step in, we're going to put in our resources, our manpower or organizational structures to see how to support a third country, a partner, in managing a conflict that they're in without stepping ourselves into that conflict. And in the past we had, and we've also struggled with that, like donor coordination around capacity building, and how do you do that and how do you bring that together? I think for the first time with the talent mechanism, we found a model that actually works, where we are able to identify the need, to have a structure, to have a back office that brings that together, that shares the information, to really work together between donors to then fulfill those needs. So even if indeed at this stage we're wobbly in a case of, partners needing to regroup a bit, at the same time, the model really stands, and the model can really be something that we can leverage also towards other situations where partners are in need. So I would see ourselves using this model to support other countries that are either being under attack or either suffering from a significant incident where they need a multitude of support actions, and leveraging everything that we have done right now and to set that up. It's also a manner of showing our support and our commitment and our solidarity to Ukraine, saying that we are really putting everything to everything, coming together. It's quite it's quite resource intense what we have done also. But to show to Ukraine that we are really in it there to identify their concrete needs and then deliver upon those needs rather than just, launching a capacity building program and hoping for the best. So I think also the investment shows the fact that we're committed to Ukraine and its challenge.
Yeah, and I think in addition to the talent mechanism, it's a little bit hard to track, but the Cyber Defense Assistance Collaborative estimates that the private sector has donated somewhere upwards of $250 million worth of cybersecurity assistance to Ukraine since the start of the conflict. Raj or Irina, you want to talk a little bit about sort of how the private sector has been involved in supporting what is actually, I think, to Tano's point, has really been quite remarkable of what the Ukrainians have been able to achieve and the level of cyber resilience that they have achieved. And it's definitely a place that we should be taking lessons from.
Okay, I'll go first then. I don't actually know how to answer this question. I mean, look, the role of CDAC has been essential. But I want to answer the question in a slightly different way. I think what the conflict has shown us is the ability to be able to gather and garner threat intelligence to disseminate across the industry has been really quite useful. There's been no end of reports that we've all had access to about, APT groups operating in the Ukraine. And that's been really interesting reading. But I would argue that it kind of shows how useless threat intelligence actually is, because threat intelligence is really interesting to read, but what organizations are desperate for today is actionable intelligence. In other words, like understanding, and I think it was mentioned earlier, like the role of threat hunting, the ability to be able to extrapolate content from real life threats and real life attacks that are occurring in the Ukraine, leveraging and developing curated hunting rules to make available and accessible to the industry. And it's demonstrating where we operate as an industry, which is we're too slow. Like that's the harsh reality of what's happening. I mean, I kind of talked about the exploitation of 0 days earlier, but how many organizations were able to do retroactive threat hunting within 24 hours of those attacks? Barely any. And yet these attacks are occurring in real time. And so I think from a mechanism in terms of providing support to the Ukraine for capacity building, exceptional. In terms of being able to take those learnings and ensure that we have detection and protection and measures in place to protect the rest of the industry, I think you all know the answer to that, because I don't think any company here can hand on heart say, oh yeah, you know, we heard about this particular attack, we extrapolated the IOCs, we're able to do retroactive threat hunting, and we're able to put defenses in place before we became a target ourselves. So the role of actionable intelligence is the future of this industry, and threat intelligence is great reading if you have a spare couple of hours.
Which no one has in this.
Right, yes.
All right, so from Palo Alto Networks perspective, I'll also go around your question a little bit. So first of all, we've been supporting the Ukraine strongly through the CDAC, but also through other ways, and we will continue to do that, first of all. I would say, I mean, this has been successful and a successful partnership. If there's something we can all learn from this, is that public-private partnerships are very important, and that we should really learn the lessons from Ukraine. And I mean, we listened to Heli Temaklar today, who I think has been very clear at mapping out what we can learn from it. And I can only second that. I think we kind of have three buckets that we have learned from during the past years, and where I think we've already learned a lot, but where we can do more from both sides. And the first bucket I see is really we need to do more about trust building between each other. We need knowledge sharing in a way that we have a structured approach to really best practice sharing and intelligence sharing, so we work better together. And we build the trust here. The second thing I see is really the hard measures. You mentioned, Rashi mentioned threat hunting. We also need attack surface management a lot more, and more clarity, really full visibility of the critical vulnerabilities that we have. And we need resource coordination. I mean, there's a lot out there. We need to coordinate that much better. That's another thing we're seeing. We have lots of entities and bodies, which is probably a good thing, but they need to coordinate well. And the private sector can deliver quite a lot if we know and if we're integrated in a way that we can engage better with those entities. And the final thing is, that was also mentioned by Haley, we need evaluation. So we need constant evaluation really of really the cyber defense assistance that's out there. We really need to have a constant look and continuous look at what's happening here, if the partners are trusted, can be trusted, and really if what we're doing is the right thing.
Thank you for that. And you know, Raj, I think Runa Sandvik gave a keynote at Virus Bulletin in October last year, where she basically, the thesis of it was that most threat intelligence is terrible, and she's right, because most of it's actually useless for most of the people that are, you know, we write it for other cyber nerds, write it for other cyber nerds. And it doesn't actually help most of the companies or entities that it's intended to help. So short public service announcement, we're having a conference in Washington, D.C. in May called the Threat Intelligence Practitioners Summit that is explicitly on this topic of how we make threat intelligence better. So that was just an aside.
Sorry, but I think most threat intelligence reports are written for the media in order for marketing departments to get leads in order to sell cybersecurity products. That's the reality.
Yes. So I think this idea of how do you actually translate the threat intelligence into something that's actionable, that, you know, both governments and private sector companies can do something with, and take that action in a time frame that actually matters to anybody. That's an enormous challenge, and it's one that I've been living for the last 8 years. But Tana, you had something to add on this?
Yes. In 2017, when Estonia had its EU presidency, then we organized a cyber exercise for ministers of defense, and this is something that I've been listening today. That throughout the discussions, that I mean, we still have the gap between the politicians and the techies or us kind of lower level political officers, and this gap is really harming us right now, especially as the environment is getting more tense, more with different elements there. And here also the threat intelligence information. This is something that we also need to translate into politically understandable language, and then really practice on different levels, including the ministers, because in the end, if something really bad happens, it's them who have to decide, and we need to make sure that they understand how they have to decide. Thanks.
Maybe I can add on that because I completely agree that threat intel or whether it's actionable, and it depends also on who's the audience, right? So we have been working a lot actually with ENISA and with CERTU to get the reports that they are producing to have certain elements that address not only their constituency in CSIRTs, but also my constituency, namely politicians, ambassadors, people who do not necessarily know about cyber and do not need the actionable intelligence, but at the same time do need to understand and need to be able to follow the pattern that at the moment that something is happening, they can actually judge the severity of it. And I think we're not there at that stage. Just to give an example, at the beginning of the war against Ukraine and just before the invasion, there were quite some attacks against Ukraine, including defacements and DDoS. Most of the people here in the room yawn when they hear that. I had people running around in the office being like, "Oh my God, Ukraine is under attack. Let's, let's send the PESCO teams. Like, let's do this in a proportionate manner." But if you're not able to actually translate threat intelligence and make them aware of what is going on and how severe things are, then they're not able to make that decision. And ultimately, they are taking that decision. They are the ones that deploy. They are the ones that drive that. So I think threat intelligence, yes, for us, if we have a spare minute, but it's really important that we make sure that actually goes up in order to make sure everyone is aware of what's going on.
Can I just add one? Can I just add one point? The consequences are obvious. I flew in from London this morning and I had to get in the non-EU line and it took 40 minutes to get in. Now, we all know the reason why, right? But none of us are going to say it, but we all know the reason why. Last year in the summer, we had riots in the United Kingdom because of the rise of the far right, because there were misinformation campaigns being spread on social media. So if politicians, to your point, and with all due respect, if they don't understand the consequences of not addressing the cyber challenge, and I'm glad you raised the concept of misinformation, because that is part of, the arsenal of malicious nation states, then what are they doing? Because it is really obvious. Even the person at the passport control said to me, "Well, you voted for it." And I was like, "Well, I didn't." This is, and I wrote a paper on the European parliamentary elections in 2016, talking about the rise of misinformation from foreign governments targeting the European elections. This is our new world now. So if they don't understand the consequences, then God help us.
So I think, one of the interesting points that's starting to emerge from this, I think if you look very much back at sort of the way that the West, Western Europe and the United States have thought about conflict, it is grounded in a lot of theories about war and the nature of war from the 19th century. It's very Clausewitzian, and it's very binary. Either one is at war or one is at peace. Or one has a cyber issue or one has a sabotage issue. And a lot of what is emerging here is really that none of this is a binary. And our enemies do not see it as a binary. For them, conflict is a continuum. And you move up and down the continuum depending on the circumstances, but they do not make these sharp distinctions between war and peace the same way that we typically do. And the result is that a lot of our mechanisms and things are ill-prepared a lot of the mechanisms, the structures that we have are ill-prepared to actually deal with this continuum. And that's a lot of what we're actually talking about here today. Now, some of what is happening here in Europe is there's, some defense strategies that are being put forward. And so I want to ask the panelists about those, and particularly in light, though, of what we've been talking about, how should we be thinking about those defense strategies, both, you know, in their different instantiations, and how could they frankly be improved by using this kind of conflict continuum lens and this blended threat lens, as opposed to siloing off cyber from kinetic, from drones, from bio, and whatever else we can think of. Manon, maybe I'll start with you this time.
Yeah, exactly. So no, indeed, I think we, and Bart said it on the fire chat, like we do everything neutral. I think that's, you know, that's old news. Sorry to Bart, we know each other well, but you know, that's old news, because we are actually putting things in the context of threats and of threat actors. We've been increasingly doing that over the last couple of years. But initially, we really had to build the tools in order to respond to these type of threats. So with the cybersecurity strategy, we've been building a lot of tools across the spectrum. So from awareness raising, enhancing resilience, up to the use of sanctions or other cost imposition measures, really trying to build the instruments to have to put them in light of the threat. Then in 2022, the cyber defense policy came saying, okay, we've built the community of cybersecurity, of cyber crime, of cyber diplomacy actors that all have their own instruments, but we need to actually complete the spectrum now also with having defense instruments, including proactive defense measures if necessary, building that community, building that pillar, building, you know, MilCert, cyber defense coordination centers, bringing together the cyber commanders. So really trying to build that full spectrum. What we're now doing at the next stage is trying to put all those tools in the context of the threat actor, trying to see what is the level of the threat, what tools do we need to put in place in order to have a proportionate and a credible and a determined reaction into that, and how can we put in place a process that will help us to calibrate throughout, so consistently monitor the threat and consistently see whether the tools that we have in place are actually up to par with the threat. If not, we scale up. If things go better, which probably isn't the case, we scale down. But, you know, so that's really the conversations that we're having now. We're not looking anymore at the neutral part. We're really looking at what is a threat actor, what is it doing, what are its incentives, its motives, its modus operandi, et cetera, and how can we respond to that? Secondly, we're trying to say, okay, how can we actually expand the spectrum that we've put in place with tools, not only including on one hand society, whole of society approach, better cooperation with the private sector, think about the preparedness strategy upcoming. We're also on the other end seeing, okay, how can we build further our defense capability, think about the white paper upcoming, and build our relation into NATO. So really trying to not only in the number of tools that we have and the spectrum that we have, but also then placing those tools in the context of the threat, being able to put a credible and proportionate response in view of reducing conflict, stability, preventing further escalation, and really trying to ensure a certain level of stability and security in Europe that we owe our citizens.
Other thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. So how am I going to answer this question? So like I came to Rapid7 3 years ago, and like one of the things that I had the task of was to build Rapid7 labs in order to be able to develop better intelligence, to develop stronger efficacy. And like, it has been challenging because the threat actors have got better. Like there's no other way to put it. And the way, and maybe if I just explain the way that we're doing it, which hopefully might answer the question, which is, you know, first of all, it requires an increase of our ingestion sources. So the ability to be able to gather intelligence quicker and faster has never been more important. Actually, I use the example of the Move IT attacks. I think it was the Wednesday when Progress published research about the exploitation of the vulnerability. And in fact, criminals have been working on it for weeks, maybe if not months earlier. So they had access to this months before anybody in the world kind of knew about it. And so the question is going to always be, how can we get access to that intelligence about what the criminals and nation states are doing faster and quicker than ever before? Because once it's out, it's too late. So partnering is crucial, and I know, Michael, we work with the Cyber Threat Alliance, but that's crucial. But then the question becomes, okay, well, if we're increasing our ingestion sources, we've got more data than we know how to deal with. which is difficult. And so the role of machine learning is crucial in terms of normalizing that. But of course, the other thing we develop is this construct of curation of observables. So the ability to be able to get real intelligence to allow systems to be able to make automated decisions. And I know that seems like a marketing term, but self-healing networks or the ability to automate quicker is going to be crucial in terms of our response. And then, of course, the challenge around how do we weaponize that data? So we talk about threat hunting and so forth. So fundamentally, how do we better defend ourselves? It starts with data. What's the thing that's going to kill us? Data. But it's the ability to be able to gather those insights from that information and make meaningful decisions, ideally in a way that is automated, so we can provide better responses. I think that to me is the kind of key for all of this, is how do we do better in terms of managing this tsunami of information we have to deal with.
I'll let Arina and Tano get in here, but get your questions ready. We'll have time for one or two.
I can only second that also for Palo Alto Networks. I mean, integration of AI has been the most important aspect of really what we're doing over the past year. We have AI integrated in all of our products. We have created special products that particularly, well, we call it our secure AI by design approach, where we use AI to detect, to classify, to govern incidents. We use it to protect AI in runtime. We use it to protect the AI development supply chain, and just using it for our own SOC internally. So SOC automation is a really big thing with AI in cybersecurity. And that has been quite a game changer. And it's important because the adversaries are using this as well. And the scale, the speed we see is also due to adversaries using AI. Where I want to deviate a little from what we've been discussing here is just one thing I'd like to bring in for as food for thought, maybe for broader debate. As private companies, I think we provide hopefully a lot of intelligence here and help to create innovation in this field. But we're private companies. As private companies, we're tech companies. We're not military or defense companies. And what I see is that cybersecurity and tech regulation don't necessarily always add up in a good way. Cybersecurity and GDPR, that doesn't always work well. AI Act provisions and cybersecurity or AI used for cybersecurity is underdeveloped in the whole AI debate so far. And I think that's something we need to look at better. And I'm not calling for deregulation, I'm calling for better regulation and looking at how we apply the regulation that we have to using cybersecurity tools, private cybersecurity tools, also for defense and for other tools to do this better. So I think that's something we need to see in the future to really be able to apply what we can offer in a good way.
Tano?
Couple of quick thoughts here. First of all, everything has to start from our home. And so I mean, there could be NIST 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. But we have to kind of make sure that our critical infrastructure protectors understand what's needed there and at every single day. So, for example, we do our own pen testings and we don't punish anybody. We simply suggest these companies what to do. And it works quite well, being this good friend and not a foe. But in terms of why should we kind of collectively address cyber defense, cybersecurity, it's quite obvious. We do have cross-border dependencies. In Estonia, we don't have our own banks. We have Swedish banks, for example. We have Nordic telcos. We're so interdependent on each other. So we need to act collectively. And quite often, we're just so small country, we might not be able to do everything on our own. However, as governments, we're not used to working together in cybersecurity. Now, if you think of the US administration, the DOJ, and some 19-year-olds in your systems, how comfortable are you with thinking that there's somebody in your system? Not too comfortable. But at the same time, I will add to my exercises idea that we should have actually this we should have private sector also attending these exercises to make sure that the politicians also understand what's there and how much they're dependent on this. Because yes, as the situation in Ukraine has shown, our dependence on the private sector is unprecedented. And that does create expectations for the future, not just for the present, but also for the future. And we need to kind of talk about these things. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we've got time for one, maybe two questions. One question from the audience, if they're right over here.
Yes, this is Mats Nilsson from Ubico. I think the scenario that you presented reminds me of some old James Bond movie where there is a Spectre type of organization that are selling zero-day capabilities to the highest bidders, be it nation states, etc. And of course, there's a lot of money in that, etc. Is that the scenario that we see, and how do we say combat that? Because if there is a lot of money involved, etc., well, hell can easily break loose. And of course, technological advantage over the closed world, so to speak, be it criminal or otherwise, is one thing. But is that the scenario, and how do we prevent that? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's less James Bond and more Austin Powers. Like most of the threat groups are terrible. Like you know, we're tracking APT 29 targeting Australian entities. They're using RDP as an initial entry vector. Criminals that were making millions of dollars targeting hospitals were guessing passwords and buying credentials online. Like, you know, we scratch our heads and say, oh, well, hang on. Why did the Ransom Hub group make $41 million last year? Because we left the doors, the windows, everything wide open. Most of these threat groups, honestly, are embarrassing in their level of capability. They're not very good. I mean, I would say there's only 2 threat groups I've ever experienced where I have genuinely been concerned about. So, but you know, I don't want to give them publicity, right? But so the reality is that in fact, in 2013, I don't know if you remember, there was a paper called Cybercrime as a Service. And I wrote that paper with Troels Orting, who was head of EC3 at the time. And we talked about the accessibility of criminal tools to very poorly trained criminals who could, and we said, like, you know, people don't need to rob banks with guns. They use USB sticks now. So like the reality is that a lot of this can be addressed, but I think, you know, Irina said something really key, which is we're making our jobs harder for us. Like GDPR, like making WHOIS go dark was ludicrous. Like even in the IOCTA report, because I'm an EC3 advisor, we said that like by making WHOIS go dark, we're making it harder for cybersecurity professionals in order to protect, you know, ourselves. And now we're dealing with the UK government now demanding things from Apple, and we're now switching off additional enhanced encryption. So we're making our jobs harder for us, for a bunch of criminals out there that, quite frankly, just have money but not a great deal of capability. So this is not an impossible problem to solve, but again, it does involve the cybersecurity industry stop fighting with each other like the privacy industry have, and they are the ones that are driving and leading the change with regards to regulatory changes. So.
Well, with that, I think we'll bring this panel to a close. To quote one of my, favorite radio shows, if any of these things happen, panelists, we'll ask you about them. Thank you. I want to give a big round of applause to our panelists. And so thank you very much. And we will now have a coffee break, and we'll be back at 3:30.
Welcome to the final panel of our discussion of our event today. We are talking about the Pall process, and we'll talk about what that means and why it's important in a minute. But first, let me introduce our panelists. I have at the far end of the table, Sylvia Lorenzo Perez is the Director for Security, Surveillance, and Human Rights Program at CDT Europe. Elizabeth Davies is the Pall Mall Process Policy Lead in the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office's Cyber Department's Cyber Threats Team. I think that's approximately close. I condensed a little bit as I put the title together. Léonard Roland is the Deputy Director for Cybersecurity in the French government's Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. And Jen Ellis is the founder of Next Gen Security. She also serves on, I think, an exhausting number of boards and advisory groups, including for the U.S. government and various nonprofits. And if I were to tick them all up, we would run out of time. Did I say UK government? Did I say? No, UK government. I was testing it.
These days.
Yes, right. Sylvia, before we turn to the Pall Mall process itself, it would make sense to set the scene a little bit by discussing what are commercial cyber intrusion capabilities, or C6, because we're going to use that acronym, I think, through the rest of the panel. And how are they currently being used by both state and non-state actors? And what are the cybersecurity, national security, and human rights issues that their use can cause that we should be worried about?
Don't need to turn this. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the commercial available cyber intrusion capabilities is the term that is the overarching term that has been coined under the Pall Mall process to refer to the tools and surveillance made available by cyber intrusion companies or similar highly sophisticated capabilities developed by other companies. So this is a very long word, long way of saying, of describing something that we have more come to known as more commonly as commercial spyware. So for the purposes of this panel, I will continue to refer to it as C6 or commercial spyware. Also, I think probably you both are better suited to describe what C6 are under the Pall Mall process. So in terms of the harms, I think commercial spyware, it's being recognized in the last few years as not just another surveillance tool at the service of law enforcement. Is in the words of the European Data Protection Supervisor, it is a total game changer when it comes to surveillance. The level of intrusions with the right to privacy, it's so severe that the EDPS concluded in 2022 that it goes as far as violating the essence of the fundamental right to privacy and data protection. This is something that's been also recognized by the Council of Europe, the PEGA Committee, the UN Human Rights Council, the former UN Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism, and the UN former Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression. There's a long list of institutions that are now recognizing the severity of this threat with the right to privacy. I will not explain exactly what commercial spyware does because I'm a human rights lawyer and speaking to a room full of technical people. So I'm sure you already know better than I can explain to you the kind of capabilities that we're talking about here. But what we do know and what I can contribute is that thanks to the civil society reporting and investigations of the PEGA committee in the last few years, it has become very clear that these tools are being repeatedly deployed around the world and Europe as well against journalists, activists, opposition figures, human rights defenders as a means to silence dissent, crush democratic movement, and often leading to arbitrary arrest, harassment, or worse. Which it's a clear violation of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of and the right to a fair trial and due process, because often these evidence extracted with spyware are used then in court, or even spyware is used to intercept the confidential conversations between a lawyer and a client, which is something that is not supposed to happen under international law. So I would say as well that the surveillance potential of these tools is as vast as the potential for abuse. Basically, anybody with a device can be targeted, including government personnel and diplomatic officials, which makes them a very attractive tool for cyber attacks and intelligence gathering, which is one of the reasons why governments have now come to admit that commercial spyware actually pose a very severe threat to national security and therefore should be stopped.
We are enthusiastic about the initiative of the Pall process because they have endeavored to try to create some kind of principles around these technologies to try to regulate it potentially in the future. And we can agree that without strict regulations and a strict legal framework, these tools will continue to be used and abused by governments as instruments of repression rather than legitimate security measures. I leave it there.
Yeah, thank you. So when we were planning this panel, Jen, you noted that there were some complexities around even understanding what we mean by C6, and we've already heard some split between whether or not we're talking about spyware or C6. Can you help us to understand the definitional challenge and how it impacts the work of governments seeking to address this problem?
Yeah, sure. Or at least I can try to. Whether I'll be successful will be up to you. So yes, we're talking about a really broad set of different things. We're not even talking necessarily just about products. We're also talking about services. Commercial cyber intrusion capabilities. And I think capabilities sort of indicates we're not necessarily just talking about products here. So at one end of the market, you've got the stuff that on its face is relatively benign. It is things that are made for the mass market for defensive purposes. And what makes this even more confusing is the security industry loves to call things that are defensive offensive. It's very confusing. So we love to say that pen testing is offensive, even though it's part of a defensive security program. So there are tools that are built that exist specifically for the purposes to enable penetration testing. So for you to be able to test your own defenses and find out where you have issues in your own network. Some of those tools are being abused. This is where the abuse word comes in the Pall process. And they're being used for things that they were not designed for. And this comes down to that whole piece around like you build a thing to get into a thing. It doesn't matter that you built it for people to get into their own thing because other people can use it to get into someone else's thing, right? So that's the benign end of the market. At the other end of the market, we've got things like commercial spyware, which really is only ever designed with the purpose of spying on things. The clue is very much in the name. And then there's a sort of spectrum in the middle that can include things like digital forensics tools that, are made for very legitimate reason. For example, if you are law enforcement and you need to get into a piece of technology, right? Like because one of the things that the security industry has to accept is if we tell law enforcement they can't have encryption vectors, we have to let them get into technology another way. But that's a whole other panel. Right, so back to the tools. You've also then got services. So you've got hackers for hire. And these might be companies, they might be individuals that work as contractors to governments. It can be a spectrum again. And then you've also got exploit brokers, you've got vulnerability researchers. And so it isn't one thing. It's this sort of very muddy ecosystem. And what makes it even muddier is that some of these entities sell to the mass market and to governments. Some sell just to governments. Some work as contractors. Some get trained by governments, like they start in the government and then they move into the private sector. And that sort of like, when you try and draw it out as a map, you end up with lots of squiggly lines going everywhere, which makes it much harder to figure out how to, portion off parts of the market and go, okay, we're going to use these methods to go and solve this problem over here. It is broad and it's muddy. I don't think it would be easy to narrow it, though.
Okay. So we have some understanding of why this is important from what we heard from Sylvia. We've now learned from Jen that it's a really complex space with a lot of squiggly lines. And so, Elizabeth, your government and the French government, represented by Leonard, initiated this process in London, the Pall process, after which this panel was named. In February 2024, there was a declaration signed. The declaration highlights a series of principles. Can you walk us through them and tell us what they're intended to signal?
Sure. So if I take it back a little bit to sort of the origins of the Pall process. So Sylvia did a great job setting out there some of the harms that this market contributes to. I think, as the UK, we started thinking about this rapidly growing and sort of increasingly unchecked market following the release of the Pegasus papers. And it became increasingly clear that while there were important legitimate uses for some of these tools in areas of national security or law enforcement, that they were increasingly being used in irresponsible ways. And from our perspective, that led to sort of three main areas of concern. One of them was on a national security level. This lowers the barrier to entry for sort of very advanced, sophisticated capabilities, increasing massively the range of states and non-state actors with access to these capabilities. And that in turn expands the volume, variety, severity of malicious cyber activity that we all face. And then there's that obvious human rights impact. You know, as extensive reporting has shown, there has been a lot of irresponsible use of these tools to undermine and threaten human rights and democracy. And then there were implications for the stability of cyberspace in general. You know, the ambiguity and opacity surrounding this market, as Jen has set out, leads to a lot of uncertainty. And then there's a risk of sort of unintentional escalation. This was likely to become all the more severe in the future as the market expands, as it diversifies. And so the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre deemed it a transformational threat to the cyber threat landscape. So our French colleagues shared this view. So we committed to working together in the recognition that this is a global market and this is a global problem, and one state taking action would have a very limited impact on its own. So we designed Pall as this sort of international multi-stakeholder initiative to start with, first of all, to raise awareness of this issue among states. I think, as has been set out here, even within sort of space of 5 minutes, this is incredibly complex. And at the point when we launched Pall, very few states had been able to have the opportunity to do much thinking about the issue at all. So the aim of the first conference was really to set out where we saw the threat from the proliferation and irresponsible use of these capabilities, and then to galvanize action and to start to build that coalition to do something about it. So the aim of Pall sort of broadly is to sort of agree through international consensus or to achieve through international consensus that the most advanced capabilities in this market would remain limited and controlled, that international norms would lead to more responsible development, sale and use of capabilities, and that greater transparency in the market could help enhance resilience and lead to us proactively tackling bad behavior, basically. So 50 stakeholders signed the declaration there, over 50, sorry, stakeholders signed the declaration there that Eric mentioned, agreeing with the framing of the threat and the need for future action. In that declaration, we included mention of 4 pillars, which were basically seen as helpful ways to kind of consider future discussion and action around the issue. And so those were accountability, precision, oversight, and transparency. What we've always said with Pall is that the process is iterative. It's a complicated issue, and there's no one action or one statement or declaration is going to be a silver bullet or solve the problem. And so what you see now, as we'll go on to talk about later, is that we are building on these principles. We're fleshing them out further with what state action underneath these different pillars might look like through the code of practice that we are currently negotiating.
So, Leonard, finally, the initial meeting that Elizabeth described was followed later in 2024 with a meeting in Paris, which your government hosted. Can you help us to understand, and this is all built around the idea of a multi-stakeholder process. Why is that approach important to your governments? Can you describe the consultation process that you launched? And there was a report that was issued right at the beginning of this year. If you can give us an overview of those elements of the plan.
Sure. I think it's interesting to look at the situation before the Pall process. How did it look like? You had on one hand civil society organizations like Sylvia's organization, CDT, and others doing great job at advocacy, at supporting victims of CCIC, at raising awareness about the fact that it was posing a threat, but they didn't have a lot of interlocutors on the government side of things. You also had governments mostly keeping quiet because either they were using this capability to protect their citizens and they don't want to have too much exposure doing so, or on the contrary, they were doing it committing abuses, for instance, violation of human rights. But I think in both cases, they were not eager to talk much about it, and the topic was mostly circumscribed to law enforcement and intelligence people. You also had the intrusion industry using this absence of discussion and absence of framework to also sell products that were then used to commit abuses. And you had the academia, which was mostly also silent about it and not writing much about the issue of CCIC, which is not the case anymore. So what we managed to do with the Palmer process is to create a space for discussion for all these people and to get all these people in the same room. And so we ended up with, for instance, that meeting in Paris, but also lots of virtual meetings that we are organizing, like the one we did yesterday, for instance, with discussion where you have people from the intelligence services, you have people from the intrusion industry, you have people from civil society, you have diplomats all talking together and sharing each other concerns and points of view. And I think this is really something that is already a great achievement of the Palmer process, is to create this space for discussion. So we decided also to formalize this space of discussion and this space to consult each other's point of views with a formal consultation process that we launched over the summer, where states, industry, civil society could contribute on what they think are good practices to stem the proliferation and irresponsible use of these capabilities. And we ended up with a really interesting report, which is online. You can have a look at it. Really big report with more than 50 pages, but lots of good ideas on each other's stances on the topic. The thing is, of course, this is only a consultation. This is and since we are consulting various stakeholders, we also ended up with sometimes contradictory views. So now, based on that consultation report, which is not something that has been agreed by states, we are working on the second step, which is to precisely end up with a code of practice built on that consultation report, but I'll be able to say a few words about it later.
Great. Sylvia, so we know from Leonard's comments that CDT has been actively engaged in this process. And frankly, when I hit upon the idea of making sure that we had a civil society voice here, many people pointed at CDT as being an important actor in the space. Can you tell us what your views are? What is it that you're contributing back to this multi-stakeholder process?
I would say that yes, we have been involved from not from the start. We came, I think, in the summer last year, we came on board. So I would give credit to the other civil society organizations that have been doing incredible work. We're not the only ones. Every time we submit a consultation or so input or even come to the meetings, it's usually in coordination with other civil society organizations. So I want to give credits to all the other big players that have been following this process very seriously from the start. But when it comes to our contribution, obviously as a civil society organization, we represent the public interest. What we want to do in this process is to continue to visibilizing the serious harms these technologies cause to human rights. We want to promote transparency and accountability, improve access to remedies for victims. And lastly, I think one of the most important objectives is to limit as much as possible the grounds in which on which governments are able to use these technologies, and creating a strict framework of safeguards that prevents the abuses, the risk of abuses, and protects innocent people from being targeted. And in this regard, we have discussed very thoroughly the concept of responsible uses internally together with other organizations. Obviously, considering the data that we have on the table, we have reasons to be skeptical that this is an attainable objective. We are open to the idea, but unfortunately, everything that we have that has been documented over the last few years points actually provides more evidence of for us to be skeptical of governments wanting to engage in this process from a genuine commitment to responsibly use these tools. And in this regard, I would flag that one of our biggest concerns with this whole process, and when it comes to regulating surveillance in general, is the reliance and over-reliance on national security as a ground to derogate from international standards. It's usually used by governments as a blunt check to automatically derogate from the fundamental rights obligations. They shield their operations behind the secrecy, so they operate in complete opacity, so we don't really know who uses it and for what and against who. There is the ex ante and the ex post oversight is usually meaningless because it's not subject to public scrutiny, so we just have to take their word for it. And that comes with a number of concerns, and it creates a climate of impunity that is very difficult for victims to understand, and even just the community that is being unfairly targeted by these tools. So yeah, and the last consideration we have is that even though the majority of democratic governments that are involved in this process have already some kind of framework, legal framework, to limit or to regulate the use of intrusive surveillance technologies by their law enforcement agencies and by intelligence services. The truth is that in practice, these frameworks have done nothing to prevent the abuses so far. So it's a big concern that we have in terms of the Pall attaining a real impact, because if for as long as we continue to simply list again the frameworks that we already know have not been meaningful to prevent abuses, we just put them there and say this is a good practice, but say nothing about the way they are implemented and the barriers to implementation, then we don't really know. We're a bit skeptical, but we're happy to engage and provide all the input that is necessary, but it takes political commitment ultimately.
Sure. So turning back to either of our government guests, how do we think about this process, acknowledging the role of existing laws and procedures in regulating and influencing states' approaches to C6? So we have the UN Cybercrime Treaty, we have the Budapest Convention, we have national laws on electronic communication and information security. How do we think about this new process as relating to those existing laws and conventions?
Yeah, sure. Well, this discussion doesn't intervene in a vacuum. Of course, there's already an international existing framework, and of course also national laws that are applicable to the use of CCICs. So one of the goal of the work we are doing, for instance, with the code of practice that we are now negotiating, is first to recall what are the international frameworks and national frameworks that are applicable to this topic. And of course, the UN Cybercrime Convention is part of the frameworks that we are mentioning. We don't mention the Budapest Convention in the draft because not all the countries that are participating to the process are part of the Budapest Convention. But we really try to list exhaustively all the frameworks that are applicable. But we don't end here. Based on that, we recall all the four principles that were mentioned by Liz, and based on these four principles, we list lots of additional commitments and good practices that could be or that should be taken by states to be able to be compliant with these principles.
Elizabeth, anything on that?
I just add as well that, as Leonardo says, it doesn't exist in a vacuum, so it goes both ways as well. I think both the UK and France have consistently tried to raise this as an issue in relevant other international fora. So, for example, in the open-ended working group, and I think we were very pleased to have agreed language referencing this threat for the first time in the annual progress report in July.
Yeah, and to answer your question on national frameworks, the Palmer process and the code is also a good opportunity, a good platform to showcase individual experiences when it comes to national legal framework that can be useful to tackle the problem. For instance, in France, since the intelligence law of 2015, we have a proper oversight framework with an independent national commission to monitor intelligence gathering techniques. And of course, the work of this commission applies to the use of CCICs and can be promoted as a good example, because as you said, of course, Sylvia, only recalling the framework doesn't help. We need to have accountability mechanisms and transparency mechanisms, both at national level and international level. And this kind of independent commission is one way to look at what accountability could look like in that field.
Can I just jump in on this question a little bit? Just because I think there's maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think maybe in the question there's an inherent thought that we do already have some agreements, conventions, covenants, etc. And so why is this different? And I think that's a valid question. And I think that it's a question that civil society asks a lot, to sort of say, like, what is this going to do differently? And I just wanted to acknowledge the question like directly, because the people in the room who know me know that I'm like a wrecking ball in my level of subtlety. But I just think sometimes it's really important to just call these things out really directly and say, like, that is a challenge. It's going to be a challenge, right? But I think, to me, what is sort of heartwarming, if you can use that word in policy circles and not get mocked endlessly, I'll be at the bar, feel free, is that there are governments here who are really committed to that, right? Who actually have participated in all of those previous efforts, and they understand the political landscape and they know what the challenges will be. And they're still putting in the time and effort to move this forward and to try and figure out how we do make progress in an environment that isn't easy to make progress in. So I just wanted to kind of like twist the question a little bit and call out that tension and say that tension is important to acknowledge. It is going to be hard. And I don't know what the answer is, which is why I'm super glad that I'm not responsible for coming up with it. But I am like at least encouraged by the degree of commitment to find an answer. There we go.
And
boom.
And I mean, I think that this is also highlighted in the existence of these particular principles that you're starting with, which is that you're sort of wrestling with this question of how transparent these processes can be, what kinds of mechanisms for oversight are going to be effective, and would address the real concerns that have been raised by the civil society participants who are highlighting the human rights impacts of the use of these technologies. So is that that's part of the calculus that you're trying to manage as well, right?
Yeah, completely. And the fact as well, we've said this has to be an international conversation with a lot of participants, because we're talking about this global market, global impact. So in order to make any difference, that conversation needs to be a broad one. But obviously, everyone's systems are very different, you know, even leaving aside, you know, whether you've a parliamentary system or a presidential system or whatever. You know, the frameworks Sylvia was referencing, everyone has these to a different extent and that work in different ways. And so there is also that challenge in kind of ensuring that the process also reflects those and comes up with solutions that are applicable and workable across that range of systems.
So you talked about a number of governments being participants in this space. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the U.S. government at all today. And the Biden administration was active on this issue as well. I believe that they participated in some of the work on the process, participating in the meeting in London and I believe in Paris. And there was an executive order that was issued barring federal agencies from making operational use of commercial spyware that could pose counterintelligence or security risks, or pose significant risks of improper use by foreign governments or foreign persons. Without speculating on whether the U.S. government may shift or change its policies on the use of C6 under the new Trump administration, Are your governments committed to continuing your current efforts? And if so, why?
I'm happy to start with that. I mean, I think it's worth sort of saying, yes, the US has been involved in the Pall process, but the Pall process is not a US initiative. You know, it came out of a joint UK-France commitment in 2023 to work together on this issue. So that was the origin of that, and the US has participated. And the US also led efforts through a joint statement on commercial spyware, which was a complementary initiative to which France and the UK were both signatories. It had a narrower focus with a smaller group of countries. But yeah, the Pall process has always been a sort of UK and France joint-led initiative. I mean, taking the point of what the US administration does think, I mean, we know they're still getting the team in place on this and forming their views on this issue. We are continuing to engage them in this, including on negotiations around the code of practice. We obviously hope to see them in Paris at the next conference in April. But you know, with all of that said, our commitment to driving forward this action remains independent of that, and I think is worth reflecting. You know, obviously the UK has had a change of government in that time as well, and that remains true. You know, it's the recognizing the importance of this as an issue and the impetus to action has not changed with the government. I've mentioned it as an important national security priority. One of our ministers recently wrote an op-ed in the Digital Frontlines report about this that underlined that this government sees that there is no national security or economic security without cybersecurity. This is an important part of the UK's work towards contributing towards that. And the same with the human rights impact. You know, the importance of protecting open societies, democratic freedoms, and those that work to safeguard those is still a huge priority for the government. And this is part of the efforts towards delivering that. So yes, the UK government interest in this work and seeing it as important continues.
Yeah, I would add two things. First, that it's a I think pretty ancient priority of the French cyber diplomacy already in 2018. For those who remember the Paris Code on Security and Trust in Cyberspace, there were already a principle on countering proliferation of malicious cyber.
Back further to the Vostar arrangement.
Yeah, we can do that as well. And there was already a first sign of commitment on which we build the Pall process. But the second thing I wanted to say is that I think the Pall process is bigger than, of course, the position of the US, but it's also bigger than the position of France and the UK. And I think one tangible evidence that the process is successful would be that the process is then able to live its own life without having only France and the UK steering it up, but that could also be taken over by other states.
I participated in the development of some principles through an organization called the Tech Accord that was aimed at avoiding the private sector impacts on proliferating commercial spyware. What would be the role for private sector companies that are interested in this issue and have concerns that are addressed by this process if it's properly implemented?
Well, there are two categories of company. There is the cybersecurity industry, which is looking at the threat emanating from C6 and fighting against that threat. So we need these companies to be able to raise awareness about the threat levels, and I think they're already doing it. We have, of course, the big American companies doing it, but we have also smaller CTI companies being very involved in that on that front. For instance, Sequoia, a French CTI company, has done great work in tracking infrastructure being used by these CCICs companies. And then there is the intrusion industry itself, and that's going to be the next step of the process after the code of practice for states that we intend to adopt at the Paris conference next in 1 month. We want to launch a second phase of our work, which is precisely to have a code of conduct or code of practice for the intrusion industry itself. And I think there's going to be a whole new phase of the process to be launched. And here, of course, we need involvement of all the companies.
Just add to that. So one of the things that's already happening is technology manufacturers, platform operators are bringing legal action against the manufacturers of these tools. And that actually is helpful. One, it helps raise awareness, and two, it hurts them, right? It costs them money. We love that. So that's one thing that can continue. And to Leonard's point, continued research is really great, and supporting that research. So supporting both that research within security companies and also within the civil liberties or civil society end of the community. In reality, in the security industry, there are relatively few vendors that this is really relating directly to, who are making tools that are being abused. Those vendors are looking, I think, at ways to try and be part of the solution within their own organizations. But I think, what we're going to see is a response from the intrusion vendors will be on a spectrum again. And a part of that is because as long as, the incentives here don't work in the favor of them deciding to suddenly become super virtuous, right? We use the word responsible a lot, and that word is very tricky because, arguably, if you run a company, your responsibility is to your employees to keep the lights on and get them paid, and to your shareholders to, make them some money. And so, I think you have to look at it that the vendors are not going to change their behavior unless their customers demand it, which is why it's so critical that this approach of state first, then industry, that is definitely the way to go. But the states need to play a role for us to see industry play a role. The other thing I would say, though, just for people in this room who might be from industry, even if you're not from a company that's directly implicated in this process, talk about it. Raise awareness of it, talk about the harms, get people interested, because I think that actually if we had a general sense of outrage on a broader level, if people were more worried about the fact that, people are super upset that the UK, I'm so sorry I'm going to do this to you, Liz, but people are really upset that the UK government has asked for backdoors in Apple products. If we were that outraged about the fact that people are using surveillance technologies against us, but we don't seem to have, there's a sort of weird apathy here. So talk about it, get people upset, get people riled up. I think a general level of awareness would be a helpful thing. And then maybe people would be more suspicious if their phone starts being weird, right? That would be a good thing, is if we all started to care a little bit more if our tech started behaving oddly. So, okay, now I will.
Well, I don't know if you want, because you were name checked, or if I just go to a question from, okay, great. So we will take a question. We have a few minutes for questions if people in the room here. Yes, please. If we can get you a mic, then, no, because we have people on the broadcast that are hopefully watching. Yes. Okay, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That's been interesting. I'm curious about, more European coordination, because I don't know whether you followed, Barcelona has become a crazy center for spyware developers. Because turns out it's easier to sell, who would have thought, right? It's easier to sell from Europe to Europe than from Israel to Europe or something like this. So what do we do there, right? I mean, we do have a state level response, but what are you doing in terms of international coordination? That's the Pall process, but what are you doing in terms of European coordination? Because again, that's a European issue. Thank you.
I see Sylvia put her hand up immediately. So the question was about coordination within Europe, if both the sale and the purchase are inside of Europe.
Yes, I think this is pretty much has been our obsession for the last year, particularly since I joined the organization. And it's also something that we have continuously to bring up in the context of the Pall process. And it also brings me back to the point of respecting regional standards and making sure that the process doesn't go below existing standards. I understand the argument made that we need a broad
adherence. So this is why we're focusing on UN principles, but at the same time, in Europe, we have existing standards that often go far beyond what the UN is able to recognize because the way they work and our standards based on the Charter and based on the Court of Justice. So this is something that we have brought up in the context of the Pall process. We definitely see a room for action in the European Union and the European region in general. Particularly here, we have number of instruments that are relevant for this issue. We have in the Council of Europe instruments, we have the Convention 108 plus, which actually states that you can derogate from on grounds of national security from your obligations on privacy and data protection, but there are some conditions that must be respected, and that is, for example, respecting the essence of the fundamental rights of privacy, and that we know these technologies are not able to do. So if we can get these principles and these instruments recognized in the broader framework of the Pall process, perhaps we can actually achieve the other governments that don't necessarily are not part of the Council of Europe actually recognize these principles as well. So I do see value in trying to incorporate them there as well, and this is part of our feedback. But yeah, definitely, I think industry, like everybody present in this room, should be trying to engage in this discussion about what the European Union and the European region can do. Come talk to us. We'll be happy to have this conversation with you because this is pretty much what we have been fighting for the last year.
Okay. Ari, you had a question.
Sylvia raised a question about or the issue of transparency earlier, and about I took it as kind of the transparency of implementation, and I mean there clearly are difficulties for providing some kind of oversight and transparency around oversight with national security issues, but we've dealt with this in many different ways. European governments have dealt with it in many ways, and the U.S. government's dealt with it in many ways. Other governments have having some kind of oversight body or a inspector or a some report that puts things out in aggregate numbers rather than going into detail on things. Probably doesn't get at the level of detail that Sylvia would want to see, but there are lots of ways at addressing this. I was just wondering if it's come up in the Pall process at all, and what you guys think about some of those solutions.
Yeah, I can start with that one. Actually, the transparency principle is one of the 4 principles on which we are building the code of practice. And in there, you would find lots of recommendations, principles, and good practices on how to be more transparent on the topic. But as you said, it's difficult to be too prescriptive because there are so many, a huge variety of national systems. Some oversights are independent, other oversights are by the parliament, and it's difficult to be too detailed because each country has its own way to look at transparency. For instance, I was mentioning the work of the National Commission on the control of intelligence gathering techniques in France. That's one of the options. It's an independent body, and every year they would produce statistics on the use of intrusion, cyber intrusion capabilities by intelligence services. So that's one way to go, but we don't want to be too prescriptive because each country has its own system.
I just say on the transparency point as well, I think, yeah, Leonard has addressed the government side. I think one of the things that we are also keen to see and to talk about is transparency also from the industry side. So one of the areas that I mentioned in terms of sort of seeing the threat is to do with lack of visibility of supply chains and the general opacity in the market. If we don't understand it, then it's very difficult to know how to regulate it, what's happening, what is moving where, what is actually being sold to who and where it comes from, and all of that kind of thing. So yeah, that's a transparency on a different level that is also the consideration in the process.
I'll ask one more question from here, which is that what's the relationship between this work and the adoption of vulnerabilities equities processes that some governments have, which are aimed at trying to push vulnerability information back to vendors so that they can patch them, and then presumably they would not be available for exploitation. What, is that an issue that's come up in your?
I did not pay Eric to ask this question. I would have, but we have not agreed anything.
I mean, it's come up for discussion, I think. So if you read the consultation summary report that Leonard referenced, in among its 50 plus pages, there is a section on this. It was something that quite a few people mentioned. Obviously, again, in talking about the different systems that different countries have, the UK has a published process for this, as does the US, but we know that's not something that lots of states are in a position to do yet. But it has been a topic of conversation. And yeah, if you read the consultation report, you will see that it was something brought up by a number of respondents.
Do we have any other questions in the room? Yes, over there. You, sorry. Yes. And if you could state who you are and where you're from.
Hi, Christian, European Cybersecurity Organization, nonprofit based in Brussels. So going off of what you were talking about with the VEP, did we lost the opportunity in Europe using EU policy making to require member states to have a VEP? So not even defining the principles, just saying every country should have a framework to decide on what you do with vulnerabilities. Could have been NIS2, where we mention disclosure policies. Could have been CRA, where we talk a lot about vulnerabilities. Did we miss an opportunity, and should we do it in the future?
Well, I think here again, it comes down to the variety of systems that you have in terms of how countries are organized, how they see the respective roles of their agencies. And for instance, in France, there is a strict separation between the offensive and defensive, which is not the case in other countries where there is a VEP. So I think VEP is not would not be a one-size-fits-all process for all the countries, depending on how they are organized and how safeguards could be differently put in place.
I'm going to give my personal opinion, which is that in the CRA, when it required or as it requires the reporting of vulnerabilities being exploited in the world, that there should absolutely, if you are going to require the reporting of vulnerabilities to governments, you should absolutely also have something in there requiring a VP. It's balance.
Go ahead. This will be the last.
Yeah, just an addition to this is, I don't know whether you remember, but it was a few of us who signed a letter in October before the elections, the European elections, anyhow, precisely on that point, because you have a very uncomfortable provision in the Cyber Resilience Act where vendors must disclose vulnerabilities without any criticality set up simultaneously to both ENISA and national CSIRTs, which leaves open this question about, are we in a situation where both a European agency and national governments are hoarding vulnerabilities that may or may not be used afterwards, especially with the geopolitical mutations that we are witnessing, and not just from the past 6 weeks, in general. So, yeah, so this was something that I think we'll need to, as a community of practice and so on, and policy, to address one way or another. And I fear the excuse of each country having a different practice cannot hold any longer, at least for the European side of things, where ENISA is a European agency, right? So it's not a country, it's something that's decided. So we can have a process of that sort where co-legislators settle on something. But yeah, just to...
I should just say as well that the Cyber Coalition also did a lot of work on that particular topic. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So
it's not you. We don't. Yeah, right.
So they're already out there. And the reason why we want to have to report it, so we can warn others that it is happening.
Yeah.
So that's one of the most important. Because we have seen the other way around, that they are there and that the supply will not tell you. And in the meantime, their customers are being attacked.
I think so. Just for those who are on the video, so the response is that we're only talking about vulnerabilities that are being exploited in the world, and those we're going to find out about those, right? They're going to go public. This is not about government stockpiling vulnerabilities. And I actually I agree with that. I completely get it. I think as soon as you know that a vulnerability is being exploited in the world, your urgency is to get to a mitigation and to get to public disclosure so that people can deploy that mitigation, whether it's a patch or some other alternative. So I completely agree with that. But there is a basic principle here of asking people to disclose. I think as the conversation moves forward, and it will, there has to be some view of balance and equity.
We're gonna, yeah, sorry.
Amen.
So we're gonna have to close out this discussion. In fact, so we had a discussion last year. It seems like there's room for a continuation of this discussion. Right. Next year we'll revisit this tension, and then we'll hear about the results of the consultation, the principles that have been the code of practice, I'm sorry, that will have been released by then. In the meantime, I want to thank all of you for your attention and engagement, and then to each of our panelists for their contributions to this discussion, but also to the work that they're doing on this important issue. Thank you.
We've come to the end of the second iteration of CyberNext Brussels. I thought we've had some really great conversations today. Want to thank all of the moderators, Eric, Adam, for the work they did on the panels, all the panelists for contributing greatly to the conversation today. Ari and Alex, you put together a great program. Happy to contribute to that. I also want to be sure that we thank Bree Law, who's sitting in the back, and where's Luke? Is he there? There you are, and Luke O'Grady for all the hard work that they did in actually putting this together. Please don't forget to submit your policy thoughts, your prioritization to the on the table outside, because we need to know what people think. I would just, being aware that I'm standing between people and drinks, I just want to leave with this, which is, it's very easy. It's very easy in the current environment, and particularly in cybersecurity, it's very easy to focus on the negative. It's very easy to focus only on the things that are going wrong. And it's very easy, well, I'm an American, so it's very easy to bash government and blame government for the problems. It's very easy to make fun of diplomats and the work that they do. It's very easy to take a very negative approach to things. And the cybersecurity industry is actually very good at that. And we're not very good at accentuating what is actually going right. But I would argue that, and I would challenge us, however, to take the harder, longer path of actually focusing on the things that are going well and building them up, and not giving up on the work that we're doing, which is why we have conferences like this. These are hard problems, as we just saw in the last discussion. If they weren't hard problems, we would have solved them a long time ago. So these are the interesting hard problems to work on. But I would say that we should not give up on working on the hard problems, and we don't have to settle for the way that things are. We can, in fact, actually make it better. So with that, I will bring us to a close, and I believe there is a reception up where we had lunch earlier today. So I'll see everybody there. Thank you very much.